Ladies and gentlemen, it's the final stream of 2023. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. What a year we have had, and what great memories have been produced. Tonight, we get ready to race our final 4, maybe 5 races of NR Night in America before we change to the new year. Fresh off an e-ticket event that so many of you loved, and it gives one final opportunity to these drivers to find victory lane. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. This is NR Night in America. We'll show off the 2024 paint schemes tonight at Daytona. We'll head to Sebring, Florida for the first time ever. And round number 3, car tomorrow, Daytona. We end it at the beach with Myrtle Beach. So much to look forward to, so much to be excited for. Let's get it started. Once again, my name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and we get ready to cap off a 2023 campaign. It started at Daytona with the Gen 6 Legacy stock cars, where we saw a wild finish, e-ticket events, a brand new league, and so many memorable moments. We could talk about it all night, but I think we'd rather just make a video about it here very, very soon. We're so excited to see what the future does hold for NR Night in America. But tonight it's all about now. Let's talk about the Next-Gen stock car. Works its way to Daytona for the final time this year. We will continue and conclude the 2023 Super Speedway Shootout Championship. William Schmidt, your championship leader by just 2 points over Alexander Balderas. Balderas, a 16-point up to Schmidt's 18, and so far 20 drivers still mathematically with a shot to get it done. A lot of things to look out there. Race 2, Sebring, a non-super speedway shootout race. For the first time ever, NR Night in America heads to Central Florida. Racing in the swamp. The Sebring International Raceway has never seen a race in NR Night in America. That changes tonight. Race number 3, the final race of the Super Speedway Shootout, the finale, to cap off a champion at Talladega with the car tomorrow's. Last time we went there, it was wild. There's no roof flaps on these stock cars. They go over 240 in a pack-like racing. You got to let off the gas a little bit when you get those worn tires. So there's a lot to look forward to from race 1 to race 3. But one thing we've always loved about NR Night in America is going to those grassroots short tracks. Those short tracks you never usually talk about, or those grassroots short tracks that probably don't exist anymore. Myrtle Beach will see its race as race number 4, what could be the final race of the 2023 campaign. Well, what do we mean by that? Simple. For 300 likes here tonight, we will get a race number 5 where you, the viewers, get to vote. And there's a lot to look forward to as we get ready to roll trackside just one more time. We'll go ahead and speak with drivers. We'll go ahead and look at everything we have to offer before we drop the green flag here tonight. So the drivers line up, they get ready to go at it. Just 1 minute left to practice before we drop the hammer just one more time. A lot of things to go ahead and discuss before we go green as we continue to look over everything, get things ready as we get ready to ride just one more time. So there are cars on tracks. We are waiting it out before we go ahead and set course with 50 seconds left of practice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head trackside to Daytona just one more time. Over the top view, practice getting ready to go ahead and conclude NR Night in America. Feeling victories all year long, as you can see, loading on in, getting things ready before we rock and roll just one more time. And we're so used to this different style of racing from what we had a little bit earlier, maybe later in the year. Track loading on in before we get started. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us here tonight. Let's go ahead and head trackside just for a moment. Before we head trackside, should we say, because we are experiencing some difficulties, as you guys know. This is the last night on this system, the SDK service, before we go over to a brand new system. We're excited to get into that new system. As you know, Daytona, a lot of fun, very exciting. You can see sometimes that blinking, but that's because we're running on a different service. Tomorrow, should we say, we officially go over full-time to ATVO. Remember that Drive Smart California 500 that you guys went ahead and saw? Well, guess what? That was on a different service, and a service we plan on using more in the future. So we're going to roll it back. We're going to go on in there right before qualifying starts. And once we start it, we are not holding back. 4 races guaranteed here tonight. We go Daytona. We go to Sebring, we go to Talladega, we go to Myrtle Beach. So we're in the Southeast the entire night. What would you like to see as a race 5? Let's say hello to some viewers down the chat below. Derek, Buddy, Swampers, Impossible, Lane Sanders, and so many others have joined us before we go green. Chad Thornquist, that's the biggest talking point here tonight. Chad is in an area where he knows he needs to get a win. At least for his reputation, he needs to get a win. Won multiple times in 2022. Looked to be a big favorite heading into 2023 and has not won since. Not a single win for the Chad Thornquist camp. Everyone's been asking, what is it going to take for him to find victory lane? What is it going to take for his team to finally get him to where he needs to be? He's guaranteed 4 races here tonight. He's guaranteed an opportunity, maybe 5. But for him to go winless so far in 2023, it has shocked so many. Can he go completely winless is the real question. So we get ready to head on in there just one more time. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long as we get ready to roll. Qualifying ready to get underway. And we hear Joseph Armstrong rolling around this track. 2024 paint schemes on full display here tonight. Trading paints loading on in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Armstrong, one of those drivers rolling around as we get ready to fire on off. Paint schemes loading in, everything looking as it should. And we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the final night of our Night in America. That is for 2023. Look at the board. Chad Thornquist, no surprise here. Top of the board in his Mustang. Now, for the ones that do not know, the Mustang will be having a new look for the 2024 campaign. James Thurston there in that 96. He's done. Josh Kenny in that 27. He's going to sit in that 21st position. And we look at who's getting out, who's getting in. Tyler Tinsley on the outside looking in. He sits 47th. He sits 48th. Pravi Richards sits 44th. Only the top 40 in qualifying will make the field here tonight. 60 drivers enter the World Center of Racing. Once again, only 40 taking the green flag. TCB 37th, he locks in. He hasn't had the greatest 2023 campaign. Mostly on the super speedways have been his fun time in the sun. Justin Champagne, winless thus far in the 2023 e-ticket side, and that's where he will stay. Still looking for his first e-ticket event win. Justin Champagne rolls down to the bottom. Paint scheme on that 38. A quick update on the iRacing service before we go green. Cooper Glick locks himself in where he is. There's Chad Thornquist sitting there ready to go on pole. For the ones that do not know, we'll say it again. Winless in 2023. All he needs is just one win to finally end all of the issues he's been having. Kevin Ward there in 57th on the outside looking in. Douglas Newbigging outside looking in as well. Down off turn number 4. Ward trying to make the show. Back to the line in his Ford Mustang. Ward to the outside. Sweeps across the line. 57th, that's where he sits. Does he jump on the gun? He does not. Kevin Ward will not make the show. Alexander Balderas looking for a Super Speedway Shootout Championship. He sits 39th. Mike Lyman sits 30th. He's on the bottom. He's drawing his way through. Frank DeAngelis up to 3rd. Tobias Matheson into the 4th place position. And we set our 40-car field. Just like that. 60 entered Daytona, 20 already go home. A quick stumble out of the gate of this stream, but that's okay because we're ready to rock and roll. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Valderas slow on the bottom. As we get ready to roll. And they're calling it now. They're going to say 43 car field. They want that 43 car field, and we're going to give it to them. So 43 drivers will be taking the green flag here tonight. Chad Thornquist on the front row with James Bomar. No surprise here, Bomar, a big advocate for great things to come. Throughout the field, you'll see those 2024 paint schemes, and you'll be excited to see them because a lot of them will be ripping around this racetrack. Frank DeAngelis will be sitting in that 3rd spot. It'll be Tobias Matheson up to that 4th spot. Tyler Tinsley cracked his way into 8th. Kirk Mills up to 10th. Michael Gunzer and so many others have lined up as we get ready to go green. So we're ready to rock and roll, and we're so glad to have y'all with us. Tobias Matheson in that 17. You can see the Ford nose looks a little bit different. Throughout this field, you're going to see 2023 paint schemes. You're going to see custom paint schemes. You're going to see 2024 bodies, 2024 paint schemes, and custom paint schemes with the 2024 aero kit. As you can see right here on Tobias Matheson's number 17, he has that dark horse nose that will be ran in the Cup Series for the 2024 campaign. It's interesting to look at. It's interesting to really visualize it compared to the Mustangs of before. And you can see actually 2 dark horses will be starting up inside the Fast Four. They grid up. We get ready to go green. Let's say hello to the live chat for the final time in 2023. We ask you tonight, do we see a first-time winner? Does Chad Thornquist get his first win of this year in the final stream of the year? Well, that's a question there for the viewers below. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to ride. Quick update for everyone watching. Come December 26th, we will go ahead and have a Best Eventer Night 2023 edition. A whole highlight reel of what's to come, what has come, and we're so excited to show it all off. Tobias Matheson looking for his first win at our night in his final race of the year. From what it looks like, Matheson mainly races on the super speedways, not known for being a short track intermediate junkie. He's got the dark horse up inside the Fast Four and more lined up with them. There's Kirk Mills on that outside lane. Mills driving that number 24. No, he's driving the 47 tonight in that 7 machine. Tobias Matheson. Mitchell Bagley back into 13th. Now, how does the Super Speedway Shootout Tournament work? It's pretty simple. If you finish inside the top 12, you get points. With this being a 60-lap race, we know drivers will be dropping out due to incidents and things to come. So, the real question is, can William Schmidt stay in front of Balderas? Can Balderas hold the throne together and get it done? Lots of things to unpack. So before we drop the green flag, let's say those magical words. Godspeed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Ladies and gentlemen, next time by, we see the one to go. Time to rock and roll just one more time. Daytona International Speedway. This is what you've been waiting for. This is what you're excited about as we get ready to go green. James Bomar, one win at our night, came from Rockingham. Chad Thornquist would love to catch lightning in a bottle. He's got that dark horse on the bottom. We got Toyota. We know Toyota's going to get a brand new aero kit. It's not out on iRating just yet. All the paint schemes you see that are from the 2024 season are on the Chevys and the Fords. So there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to look out for. There's Riker Byram, Mitchell Bagley, Dominic Barbagallo. Barb came so close to getting his first win here. Oh, just lost in the last couple of moments. Almost came close to getting one at Atlanta. And tracks like Daytona International Speedway. Someone's gonna come out a winner here tonight, and it all starts now.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you wait for. God's plan. God's plan. This is real life.
James Bomar, Davis Lewis, and the best of the rest are towards the rear end. How about Justin Champagne sitting in 35th? Max Swearingen in the 15th position. Dale Greenwood. Sean Rowe and company. Joseph Armstrong. Well, he's parked on pit road. Might be an issue there with the Yahoo 20. Bomar and Thornquist. Tonight you see an ending to the Super Speedway Tournament. A finale light for race 3. The car tomorrow's at Daytona. Tonight, you go ahead and see a brand new track. So much to look at. So much to be excited for. Ladies and gentlemen, lights off on the top of the pace car. They'll make the hard left on the pit road this time by. Crowd on their feet. Let's get ready to go green. Pace car, hard left on, and everyone rises for the World Center of Racing. Let's get it going. Light the fuse from Daytona. Bomar on the outside, already locked in with Matheson. You see some drivers at pit start already towards the back half of the field. Joseph Armstrong, a blinking issue there on the 20, has already stopped him from making up ground. 2x2 contact. One blinking to that outside lane, and you're going to see a lot of that tonight. Drivers blinking off of internet issues. Oh, scraping, sliding. Thornquist on the bottom. Owen Lepsack has now dropped into that second position. 2-3 machines way in the back, and in the grass we keep it rolling. Robertson on the outside. Andrew Cootie in the 9. He's up to 8th. All chasing Chad Thornquist, who will lead lap number 1. Top side, Davis Lewis now has a run. He's going to have Gavin Austin in tow. He's going to have Robertson in tow. He's got multiple machines now looking for that 2x2 sway. Cootie to the bottom. Bomar on the outside. That second lane did not get the best start and absolutely went nowhere from the drop of that green flag. And what it did is it separated this pack out a lot. You saw about 2 or 3 machines jump into that grass. Now it's a slight spin out of harm's way from this main group, so we keep it green. Everyone continues to chase Chad Thornquist coming down off turn number 4. Cootie to the outside, now sways back to the bottom. It's Ranker Byram on the move. He's on the outside now with Eckert, Chad Thornquist, and Ford has it lined up 1-2. Ethan Eckert back there in that 3rd position. Byram lined up nose to tail. Barbagallo on the 17. He's got that Air Force lined up there with Ponchito on the side. Barb, a big fan of the 3 Caballeros, has tried to bring them to victory lane multiple times before. Has not really been able to get it done as they continue to chase Chad Thornquist down off corner exit. Everyone wants to win in the final stream. They also want to win in the first stream of the brand new year. A lot of them are gearing up just for that. Back to the line, Chad Thornquist leads lap 4 out of 60. Stack up to the outside. There goes Byram off the nose, most likely of Andrew Cootie, and the caution will wave right away. And the stack up continued. Well, went right around. And we worried about this. We saw a lot of these guys over aggressive because for some of them, they haven't raced in weeks in NR9. Obviously, we had the e-ticket just a couple weeks ago. We had everything really lined up and ready to go. But then all of a sudden, you started to worry just a little bit when we saw the practice sessions, a lot of these guys struggling just to keep their bearings together, struggling to keep their car pointed in that right direction. And the next thing you know, push came to shove, and caution waves for the first time, working lap 5 out of 60. Now, the blinking issue mostly comes from the next-gen cars. They are higher poly than any other cars like it. And also it comes from us using this service. We obviously saw with the ATVO, there was no issues of really any tearing from before. But mostly due to this service being a little bit different, running on a different service, the iRacing side blinks a lot more. Caution waving for the first time here tonight. Let's go take a peek. You're going to want to watch that outside lane. Barbagallo lined in with Bagley, Eckert up top. Bad block, and that's really what got Barbagallo around. There's really nowhere to go for Riker Byram either. I mean, you saw him right back to that inside. Bagley on the outside, and Ethan Eckert has not been making a lot of friends recently in NR Night in America. He's been running up front. We also saw issues there in the Discord. We saw issues mounting up from things in the past, and you got to be smart, including early on at Daytona. Daytona is all of a mental game. You got to hold on to yourself. You got to commit. You got to be patient. You got to know when to be aggressive. And for Ethan Eckert, a quick move to the outside to try to block drivers ended up in him having to go around. Well, for Chad Thornquist, he's loving what he sees. Drivers making mistakes. Drivers getting way too aggressive. See right there, Eckert goes up. Nowhere for anyone else to go. And what this does is allows him to lead. Now, the last time Chad Thornquist went to victory lane in NR Night in America, well, it's pretty simple. That was just last year at Daytona. A track like this, he kind of got into a scuffle at the end. Started pushing and shoving, and the next thing you know, he went right through some guys, and let's just say the respect level wasn't the same after that. Chad Thornquist is known for not being able to finish the big events, always getting caught up in issues, and we can go through them. I don't believe he finished the Daytona 500. I don't believe he finished the NWP 400. He didn't finish One Hot Night. He didn't finish the USA 500. He didn't finish the California 500. That's 5 e-ticket events this year that he DNF'd in. Oh, by the way, we only had 5 e-ticket events in 2023. So it just shows you that getting to the checkered flag has been half the battle for the Thornquist camp. In NR Night in America, it's a little bit different. Instead of a 500-mile race, it's 60-lap races, 70-lap races, 80, 20, 12, depending on how big, small these tracks are. And it's worked well for drivers like James Thurston. It's worked well for drivers like Justin Champagne. But for Chad Thornquist, it used to be his foyer. He used to come in the e-ticket events. And no, let's play the big strategy move and make it work. He's a back-to-back e-ticket event champion. And you look at this chat right now, and some are saying no, some are saying yes. I said, does Chad Thornquist win? 52% saying no. 48% said yes. Something to look out for, including as we work towards the later half of the night. So Thornquist will jump to the outside. He will choose that one. He'll put left sack on the bottom. Bagley will be lined up, nose to tail, with another opportunity of finding victory lane. Robertson, Gray, Gucci. I'm just looking at some of these drivers up inside that Sweet 16, and a lot continues to shuffle as we get ready to retake the green flag. Let's get ready to go green just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, race 1 from Daytona. Thornquist, Lemsack, Cootie, and Bagley. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, December 26th. We will be showing off the highlights of this year's NR Night in America. So Champagne and Mills all line in. They get ready to rock and roll in this 60-lap race. Robertson, Murphy, Turpin, Pena, Mosteller, Vincent Gucci, and so many others are all lined in and ready to ride. Chad Thornquist once again on that outside lane. He's got that Ford to his bottom side. So the Dark Horse Mustangs will get ready to bring us back to the green flag just one more time. Crowd back on their feet as we get ready to go back green. Pace car makes that hard left onto pit road. Thornquist and Lepsack, Cootie and Bagley. Fast four back underway. Lepsack slow out of the gear. He didn't get that jump that he wanted. Andrew Cootie jumps right to second. Thornquist top side, now bottom. Keeping Cootie at bay. You see a lot of these guys shuffling around. The smart ones right now are trying to stay as calm as possible, but 3 wide, that's not going to work for Andrew Cootie in the middle. Thornquist blocks them all. Trouble. Turn 3, 1, 2, 7, 8. Now maybe the big one it is to the high banks of 3 and 4 as the caution will wave once again. Oh, man. Tyler Tinsley's involved. Max Swearigan tried to get through it, and there was just nowhere to go. Holiday season, higher demand for drivers. You're going to see a lot of these guys try to go for it. Some of them haven't been able to race those Tuesday nights, those Friday nights. And this is where you get issues like this. And for some of them, they know it. They're in a must-win situation for this tournament. Patience went right out the window for a lot of these guys, mostly up front. And for Gio Turpin, it is a sight he did not want to see. Let's get ready to watch it again. Start with Lepsack on the bottom. Another thing is these next gens are almost built like tanks. They can take a huge hit and just keep on rolling in the right direction. And I knew this was spelling trouble when I saw Thornquist blocking 3 lanes. He went to the top. You saw the 17 on the bottom. Huge swipe of the bow. And Gio Turpin just got nailed from the rear and turned them right around. Let's go ahead and watch from a different view. Here's Andrew Cootie in the middle. I want to say Cootie possibly got into him here. No, man, that's some serious netcode. I don't think it had anything really to do there with the Andrew Cootie 9. We could try to watch again. It's really tough to get the right angle here. Watch the 9 machine, middle of your screen. Watch the 84 Turpin on the outside. So there's clearly contact being made before the 2 drivers even really get together. We're gonna have to go from the blimp view to go ahead and see the best angle. It's very tough to check what is where. So here's the view, top of your screen. Lined up 3 wide. You got Cootie in the middle. You got Turpin on the outside. They're gonna make contact at some point though. That's the big worry you gotta have. And Turpin's another one. He hasn't raced an NR night in a long time. He was known for being a top 20 driver around 2021, 2022. Wants to come in and make a big statement. But the only problem is you can't get too aggressive with so much racing left to go. You got to realize, at the start of the race, this is about getting things going. You get excited. You can hear the broadcast. A lot of them are watching it on their phone. But the next thing you know, you realize, well, I might be out of this race now because I thought 3 wide right away or making a daring move was the way to go. And that's what you see sometimes in these super speedways, including when we get to the e-ticket events. You got the best of the best, the all-stars in NR night watching, racing, everything in between. You start to realize, oh, that's why they're doing single file. That's why they're 2x2. It's lap 10 out of 200. Why should I risk 3 wide and risk my own race? so early when I've prepared for months. And that's why the Drive Smart California 500 went so smoothly. There was a whole month of speed weeks. Drivers were testing the second they were announced for their ride. And the next thing you know, come the main event, what, 2-3 cautions? Another thing is you also gotta look at the tides here. We just talked about before, it's been, what, 2 weeks since we've had a race? So a lot going on, a lot to look at before we get ready to head into the 2024 season. Yes, netcode, and we're also gonna talk about the debate here with netcode. Some use that netcode as an excuse. In my opinion, I don't think people should be even using netcode as an excuse anymore. Because when netcode starts, it usually comes when two drivers are already heading towards each other. And usually it's at such a high rate that we're going to hit no matter what. So that's something really to keep in mind. Tyler W. dropping the VIP pass. So we rack it up again. Still a lot of machines left racing. Let's get ready to try this one more time. So they'll go 2 by 2. They'll be ready to rock and roll just once more. It's Ford, it's Chevrolet, it's so many others lined up, the one to go from Daytona. Race 1 and 3, that's in the league. Race 2 and 4 is in hosted. So if you want to race more tonight, Sebring. Right after this, past Red IDK, just a 12, maybe 14 lap race from the Sebring International Raceway out in Central Florida. Ford, Chevrolet, Chevy on Chevy. And you see a lot of 2024 paint schemes. But one thing I want to see, Alexander Balderas. He is sitting in that 8th place position. Throttle looking to win the Super Speedway Shootout. Lines up, ready to ride. 2 cautions early on usually means one thing and one thing only. A long green flag run. But with how the tides have been tonight and how aggressive drivers have been, will we get a long green flag run? Pace car, hard left onto pit road. Ford, Chevrolet, back underway from Daytona. Thornquist stuck in the pack, back to 11th. He's already thinking about swiping his way through, jumps back to the outside. Aiden Robertson lines up, Owen Lepsack with Andrew Cootie, 2 by 2. Cootie looking for a way through. Balderas thinking of going 3 wide middle. It's gonna work for him. And some of these guys are dropping back. They don't like how aggressive it's been up front. This may be the new normal. Guys going back 2 by 2. Cootie in 6th, Barry in 9th. Back to the line. Aiden Robertson will lead his first laps of 2023. Cha-ching for the Chevrolet. He's got Demos right in line. They're in that 9 machine. Throttle to the middle. Back to the bottom. In front of Kirk Mills. And Kirk is looking for a win as well. He hasn't won yet in NR Night in America. Came off his first E-ticket event. Most looking to the outside. Robertson staying in line. Connor Murphy, Davis Lewis, Lepsack, Byram, Cootie, Champagne, all lined up back 2 by 2. And you gotta love Kevin Champagne here. Lined up on the bottom. An E-ticket event winner. And a lot to prove heading into the next year. How about a fan favorite gunning top of the board, Mosteller, Cha-ching, and Maroose Berry is right in tow on that outside lane. Full on 3 wide looking again. Cootie puts himself right in that mix. Lewis and company lined in. Kirk Mills back to the 14th spot, and you see 2 distinct groups in this race. Drivers up front just looking to go in and perform early on, maybe get that TV time. But drivers outside this top 30, it very much is, starting with Connor Gray, single file thinking, let's just be there at the end. That's what counts, right? Let's just make sure we have a piece to go top of the board late. Mosteller and Barry have lined up nose to tail, ripping that outside lane. Andrew Cootie lines up in that 4th place position. He's got Nathan Lyons. He's got Davis Lewis. And so many others looking for a charge. Lewis below the stripe. Lewis up a spot. Lewis to 6 and a shove in the back by Barb. Well, he's got something going in the right direction. Wheel to wheel now for the 3rd place position. Mosteller under fire. Ford on the bottom. Davis Lewis will bring it back to the line. P3 Most leads that one. Lap 16 out of 60. This is NR Night in America. If you're just tuning on in, we say welcome. It's rush hour from the high banks of the World Center of Racing. Barry's locked in. He's never won a race before. Lap 16 out of 60, and he's the pride and joy of that 2nd lane. Davis Lewis has gone to victory lane this year in a very controversial fashion. Barbagallo has let way too many slip through the fingertips of that 17. He's lined up now in that 2nd position. Armstrong threads the needle. Jumps to the outside. Now lines up with the 9. 2 by 2 back to the line as Lewis will lead his first laps here. Armstrong, the 1 in position to take it right back. A lot of shuffling. A lot of drivers making bold moves. Riker Byram, who was just involved in an incident recently, now lined up looking for a move. Barb to the inside of Lewis. Help from Byram. Ponchito goes top of the board from Daytona. And the 3 Caballeros will now lead this turn. So a lot of action going on early on. Let's walk through it. 2 cautions, very avoidable cautions to start this race. Ethan Eckert, very aggressive to the outside. He's out of contention. Then you have the issue with Gio Turpin, and Admin said, calm it down or there's going to be a problem. Speaking of problem, there's a big issue there with the Joseph Armstrong machine. His entire nose is blinking up and down without a problem. Now there's a wreck in the rear. Kevin Champagne and company, the caution's going to wave. There was an issue with Joe. The second we got onto him, that's when our service started to have an issue. You saw the nose of that 20 blinking off the ground, and the second we went to go in and focus on him, that's when an issue struck right towards the back half of the field. Kevin Champagne and company, caution waves once again. Lap 19 out of 60. As we get ready to look over what exactly happened with Joseph Armstrong. That was weird. The second we went to him, that's when we have, I guess we have to call it the UFO situation. Let's slow it down. Watch the 20's nose. He's been having internet issues all night long. The second we focused on him, he started blinking out, and you can see the entire nose cone was just broken off the front end there. The 20, let's see it again. I don't think it really started till right around here. He gets in the back of Davis Lewis, so it wasn't a hard enough contact to really warrant an issue. Yeah, swipes the back end, goes back to that outside, comes right back to the bottom. And you can see that's when the entire nose started coming off the car. There was just no control from that very moment. Mosteller goes to the middle. Contreras really nowhere to go, and that's when it really started back middle of the pack. You see that 48 coming right back down. And that might have been, if we're not mistaken, Nathan Lyons. Right down to the center of the pack. Yeah, we're still focusing on getting this thing fully resolved. This is only right now happening at Daytona. from what we have seen before, and it only happens with this service, so keep that in mind when we do fully go into 2024 on our new service, the ATVO service. We will have no blinking issues as seen in the last couple events. So it's Ford Chevrolet. Matter of fact, just to make sure we really don't have any more of those issues, let's go to ATVO now and use a different overlay just to make sure we don't have any other issues for the rest of the night. I know that's going to annoy so many of you, and to be honest, we want to make sure we have quality over quantity. So ATVO will be coming on now for the second half of this race, or just before the second half. Yeah, it's so weird. It's crazy how that much CPU changes. And what's great about NR Night in America, it helps us get ready for those big events, right? We have any kinks in the system, we just go ahead and use a different system. We try different things. We get to see which drivers are ready for an e-ticket event, which drivers have what it takes to go ahead and go the distance. So a lot to look at, a lot to unpack before we go ahead and drop the hammer in February for our next e-ticket event. But we are excited to have you all with us as we get ready to ride just one more time here in 2023. So we're going to use that top ticker. It's going to now be on your screen. A quick update to make sure things work the way it needs to be. And before we go, green flag racing just once more. So Frank DeAngelis, no surprise here, will make that hard left onto pit road. He will jump out of harm's way here in just a moment. So a new timing screen just for this race. And you can see why we're going over to the next system here shortly. Andrew Cootie, Gio Turpin, Frank DeAngelis now going back around. We'll get the 2x2 and we'll get ready for the restart. Schmidt back onto the racing surface. Chad Thornquist back there in fourth. Aiden Robertson, Lane Sanders, Michael Gudger, Cooper Glick, Kirk Mills, Riker Byram, and so many others line up as they get ready to retake the green flag. Now, so we're going to go Fox 2013 ticker for the remainder of the night just to make sure we don't have any blinking out issues. I'd hate for us to have more problems later in the night. You guys came here to see one thing, great racing, and you didn't come here to see any blips in the system. We're so glad to have you all with us. As you know, race 5, 300 likes. We're already up to 128, and the chat has been very ecstatic all night long. Andrew Cootie leading. Last time he was here, I think February of 2023, he won the Daytona 500. Did he do it in style? He did it in a style that wasn't very popular, but a win is a win, and that's exactly how he got it done. We line up here and get ready to try this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. Let's get ready to go green. I see Snappy down the chat below. Snappy, you have not gone ahead and claimed your NASCAR merchandise. Please DM me on Twitter or in the Discord to go ahead and win your NASCAR merchandise from the Drive Smart California 500. Back underway from Daytona. Cootie, Turpin, lined up nose to tail. Barbagallo waiting in the wake. Now Cooper Glick back there in 8th. You see him on that outside, trying to make up that time. 2x2, a huge strung out pack. Kevin Champagne in 15th. Lyman back to that 17th position. All chasing Gio Turpin on the outside lane. Thornquist up the gut. Makes the move in the Ford. Lined up with Robertson. Lined up with Glick. Chad Thornquist, a man on a mission at Daytona, jumps to the bottom. Andrew Cootie back to the outside with Cooper Glick in tow. Glick gives a shot to Cootie. Now they're back wheel to wheel. Thornquist on the bottom. Cootie on the outside lane. 3 wide look into the center of this field. Trying to go for it. Top side not working as much as they want. Barbagallo lined in on the inside there with Robertson. And that sun setting, you got to keep that in mind. A lot of these drivers have to get ready for the nighttime portion of this race. That's when the cars really get quicker. If we get to that part, we'll see sunset, no doubt about it. Lap 24 of 60. It's all Chad Thornquist leading. Dale Greenwood, William Schmidt outside that top 25. Barb in second. Looks back to the outside lane. No move just yet. Lane Sanders back there in fourth. Looking for a move. Andrew Cootie up a spot. He's into eighth and lined up with Cooper Glick on a mission in that second lane. It's going to be so tough to pass Chad Thornquist here tonight. So much on the line for that driver, the number 12. Lines up to the outside lane. Dominic Barbagallo on the inside lane, lined up 2 by 2. It's Ford on Chevy. Now drag racing. Back to the start-finish line. Barb and Ponchito, top of the board. Lap 24 to 25. You got 36 laps to go. Not a lot of racing left. Kirk Mills, Davis Lewis. Mills 3 wide in the middle. Sanders way to the outside. A lot of shuffling into the outside wall. Goes Joseph Armstrong. Nails it with left sack. And the caution will wave once again. Oh, man. And the way these next gens work, if you're not a veteran, you don't know how to stay calm, you don't know how to stay consistent, it's going to bite you right back. And for Joseph Armstrong, there really just was nowhere to go. Wow. Let's watch back. And they're mainly lined up down that bottom. See Joe in the middle, 3 wide. And it's 35 laps to go. This is where it usually amps up in any race. When we have a longer race or a shorter race, it really doesn't matter. Lap 35 or 35 laps to go is where things really get wild. You can see Lebsack heading right up the track. And Joe just got nailed into that outside wall. Wow. Watch it again. I think Joe will be good to go, but you worry about the suspension, including on these next gens. I mean, obviously the rear suspension is going to be fine. He did get nailed in the back at some point during this race, but I do worry about that entire left side of his machine. So Barbagallo lined up on the bottom will continue to hold on to the race lead. As we get ready to go green once again. Robertson, Thornquist, Byerman, Lewis. Lewis in 6, Kirk Mills in 7, Sean Pena in 8. And it's also about the tides. You know, for a lot of these drivers, they've got back home. They got back to their sim rig, and they got an opportunity to race NR Night in America. When we always talk about the hot spot times to race in NR Night, it's around Christmas and right in the heat of the summer. But this is what we like to call interesting racing. We're going to tell you why. In NR Night in America, what you're watching right now, we get to judge certain drivers. We get to see who has what it takes to race in the big events. Those e-ticket events that everybody wants to be a part of. They talk about it for months leading up. They tailgate the Discord right before, and you want to be in it. NR Night in America and these super speedways give drivers an opportunity to showcase either talent or showcase to see how far they have come. For some, you see them making the same mistakes and you start realizing, oh, they don't have a good shot at making that e-ticket event. For others, you see what they've been doing recently, like, okay, maybe they've got a really decent shot of getting on in there. So keep all of this in mind. For drivers like Ethan Eckert, for drivers like Lebsack, they needed to have a good night. Eckert, right off the jump, made a terrible mistake. Lebsack just made a bad mistake. That could haunt them come February, because when signups are open, we're going to pick the best drivers for these events. And the next thing you know, you realize, oh man, that one NR night in December, if I would just played it cool and showed that I have a little bit more common courtesy during the middle parts of the race, oh man, I probably could have gotten in that event. That's something to look out for, because we look at Barbagallo and we realize, hey, he's showing that he could be a world-class super speedway driver in NR Night in America. He has shown his composure. He has shown that he has what it takes to get aggressive when it matters the most. He has shown to give and take, and he can be a front runner later in this herd. He is shown to be one of the best marketing drivers, no doubt about it, on Twitter. So what do we do with him? And that's when the questions start asking, is he supposed to be in? Is he supposed to not be in? People have always asked, how do I make these Z-ticket events? How do I have what it takes to get to where I need to be? It's simple. Go out there and race well. You race in NR Night well, you'll have that big shot come February for the Florida 500. They're working 2x2 down the backstretch. Michael Gudger, another one that needs to prove something. Aiden Robertson, Chad Thornquist, another one that now needs to prove something. Riker Byram, Kirk Mills, Davis Lewis. I look at this top 7. I see potential. I also see drivers that know a win here could change their outcome of 2024, can change viewers' opinions about them, maybe get a nice following under their belt. We all know there's Chad Thornquist fans out there. We all know there's Daniel Mosteller fans out there. There's Demos now lined up to the bottom side of the racetrack. What is it going to take for some of these drivers to find victory lane, including this late in the year? .33 laps to go. Ford Chevy 2x2 back underway. Thornquist is on the bottom, lined up with Lewis, lined up with Byram. Chad's making his way through. I've never seen a driver so determined to win. I think ever. That 12 machine has what it takes. It has the speed as well, including working the bottom of the racetrack. Lined up 2x2. Jackson Buys, Maurice Berry, Aladam Contreras looking to make up ground. Here's Robertson looking at the outside of Barbagallo. Still no move. Kirk Mills in 5th. Mosteller in 6th. Everyone chases Barb back to the line. 31 to go. Spin in the rear. We're going to keep it green. It's out of harm's way from that main group. Demos on the bottom. Lined up, bullet train formation. How about Sean Pena? That's another one that's looking for a great night here. If Sean Pena can go out there and just lead laps, run up on this main group, going to keep a lot of eyeballs on him, including with 31 laps to go. Barbagallo, Chad Thornquist. Back to the line, 30 to do it from Daytona. Barb's just on that bottom side. Lined up, 2x2. Thornquist and Barb. Kirk and Robertson. Grudger, Byram, so many others still in those bullet train formations. 2x2 down the backstretch. And Kirk's got to be smart right here. He's got a big ally in that 12 machine. If he can stay hooked up here long term for the next 30 laps, it's going to be a big payday for that 47. Guns it on the outside lane. Gunzer, not a lot of aggressive moves just yet. 37 drivers left racing out of 43. That took the green flag. Mills to the bottom. Jumps out of the way. Slingshots back top of the board. Two by two. Barb on the bottom. Lined in with Mills. You got Robertson, you got Gudger. Michael Gudger, another one that needs to win. He's one of the big drivers that we continue to talk about that are racing at R consistently but have not found victory lane just yet. And now that second line starts fading away. Tandem drafting, back start finish line. Give it Kirk Mills once again. Holds top of the board. Where do you go if you're Barbagallo? And he's been looking for a way around consistently. He just hasn't been able to make that move just yet. Couple 2024 schemes up out of the way. Haven't been able to make the big impact that they've been wanting to this entire race. Still single file back to the bottom side. Here comes Robertson. Robertson at the bottom. Put Byram on the outside. Byram with Lewis. 3 wide, and there goes Barb up the gut. Finds a way back in line. Kirk Mills, Riker Byram racing down off turn number 4. There's still 3 wide. Max Swearingen hung up in the middle. Byram will leave that lap. It's Mills back downstairs, trying to make up that time. Oh, it's getting tight. Lewis, Max Swearingen, Training Payne. Mills loose on the bottom. Oh, Byram goes around. Off the nose of the 15. I think they keep it rolling. Separates this pack. We stay green. Byram back to 26. Frank DeAngelis, Drew Webb, Max Swearingen, and others have dropped off from that main herd. I'm going to tell you this right now. We could go green all the way through just off that incident alone. 27 laps to go now from Daytona. That 2-car incident on the outside did not see one driver go fully around. And what do you do if you're outside of this main group? There's Connor Gray, there's William Schmidt. They got a single file up now. They got to get maybe 6, 7, 8 machines in a line and just make up that time back to the main pack. Barb on the outside. Thornquist leaves the 17 out to dry. I don't think you should be doing that with 26 to go. Maybe 5 to go, 4 to go, sure. The Barb's going to be back up there. If you're Chad Thornquist, you don't make any friends this early. And not what you want to do, including if you're looking for victory lane. Kirk Mills to the side of the 12. Mills around, up the nose of Kevin Champagne. 6, 7 machines involved, and the caution will wave once again. And that will bring this entire pack back together. Wow. And they had an opportunity to go all the way through. With the damage there on Kevin Champagne, left front suspension all bent up. No movement whatsoever. Oh, look at that damage. I just wonder if they would have just kept it back just a little more, man. And it's tough to tell a race car driver, including on the sim side, to calm it down, because for the ones that are watching for the first time, your heart races. There's not a lot of places to run. And in situations like this, It's all about split-second decisions. And you can see Kevin Champagne, I believe he just got right in the side of Kirk Mills. We're going to watch from this move right here. Yeah, so he jumps to the middle here. Man, the netcode has gotten a lot worse here with this next-gen car recently. I don't know if it's since the oval refresh or what, but I've never seen this many netcode issues in a long time. And we worried about netcode with the Gen 4 at the Drive Smart California 500. We had, what, 3-4 cautions for a 500-mile race. We went 328 laps green towards the end. And I sit here and I wonder what could have been different. Watch it again. I really don't see that much movement out of Kurt going to the bottom. That's the big thing. Remember, Josh Canyon wrecked out of another Daytona race. And a lot to unpack. Chad Thornquist back being your race leader. Connor Murphy on pit road. Dale Greenwood on pit road. Here's Tyler Tinsley in the 75, winless in NR9 in 2023. Does Tyler Tinsley go to victory lane? There's Frank DeAngelis, he's in. Max Swearinger, Connor Gray, Justin Champagne now off and away. So you got 23 laps to go. What's the game plan here? Where's the move that you want to make to find victory lane? I'm sitting here and I start questioning some of these guys that are still getting way too aggressive. And you might say, John, it's 23 laps to go. I mean, usually in NR night, the second we get to 25, it's go time, right? If you're in the back end, you might as well start moving forward. But with how many cautions we've had this race, a smart driver says, well, there's a good chance we're going to get another one. And if we're going to get another one, we might as well play it smart. We might as well be as consistent as possible. How do we not let ourselves get overthrown with some of these situations, some of these incidents? Chad's been aggressive all night. He's had a bunch of near misses already. He's your race leader. Aiden Robertson is here to prove something. He's been up front all race long. No one's stopping that 88 machine. New to NR night, he wants to bring a Robertson to victory lane. Sean Pena, another one. Dominic Barbagala. Barb already said after he got wrecked for the win at Atlanta that it's time for him to get a little bit more aggressive at the end of these races. He sits P4. Moss Stellar there in 8th. One of the best super speedway racers we have in NR night. Hands down, he's always in position. Very rarely do you see that 9 machine wrecked out at all. And he'll be lined up on the bottom side. Let's continue to look through this herd. There's Max Swearinger. He's still on pit road after his incident. There's Byram. There's Tyler Tinsley heading back out as they get the one to go. Josh Kenyon got a new nose on that 27 machine. He's lined up and ready to go back at it as we get ready to retake the green flag. 22 laps to go. Now in NR night in America, you can get your laps back whenever you want until the white, the one to go comes out at the top of the pace car. In the e-tickets, that is not the case. Only time you can get your laps back is if you're a wave around or a lucky dog driver. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green just one more time.
Here we go.
2x2, ready to roll. New nose pod there on the Mustangs. New look for the Chevrolets. The Toyota has yet to be updated. We do have 2024 paint schemes circled throughout this pack. Chad Thornquist ready to bring us back to the green flag. What is it going to take? What is it going to take for Robertson? Gio Turpin, Michael Gudger, Justin Champagne. Remember, this is race 3 of 4 on that Super Speedway Shootout. We go to Talladega, race 3 tonight for that finale. And we will see who will be crowned the 3rd Super Speedway Shootout champion. We head to Sebring, Florida for race 2, a road course. Aiden Robertson Chad Thornquist, 2x2, back underway from Daytona. Trying to pick and choose that line, goes right back to the bottom. Lined in with Pena, Sean Rowe. Looking to make up ground down on the bottom. They've already just gapped that back half of the field. See a lot of these guys trying to make up that time. Rowe to the outside, thought about it, comes right back in line. Sean Pena lined up with Chad Thornquist. There goes Rowe back topside. Rowe lined up with Moss Steller. Chad Thornquist leads back to the inside, swipes top, lined up with the Toyota. Here's Pena, back down the bottom, 3 wide with River Page. 20 laps to go from Daytona. Rowe out of the pocket. PBR top of the board. And he's got it lined in 2x2. What's the game plan? Justin Champagne looking for an edge on the outside. With 20 laps to go, you've got to make a decision quick on what you're going to do. Thornquist and Most, nose to tail. Barbagallo to 6, Pena to the bottom. Pena now back lined up with Rowe. Puts Gio Turpin up to 8. Scatter Machines back to the rear end, but now just 19 laps to go for the World Center of Racing. Is it a first win in 2023 for Chad Thornquist? Does Moss Steller take it right back at the end of this run? What does Sean Rowe do to find victory lane? Linking out of Robertson, he was on the bottom. Justin Champagne on the outside, lined up with Barbagallo. 19 to go. 18 laps to go. Everyone chases the Mustang down to turns 3 and 4. Love what Gio's doing back there. He's staying smart, staying strong. The new Toyota nose for that 84. That was the concept car. The concept there they were going to use for the 2024 season. With Toyota changing the nose pod, it will be a different scheme, but the livery for that 84 will mostly stay the same. Thornquist to the bottom, lines in with Rowe. Moss Steller on the outside with Justin Champagne. It's go time right here. You see a lot of those guys back towards the 30th position mark, trying to make up ground. Thornquist shot in the back by Rowe. Justin Champagne lined in with the 9. Thornquist takes it back. 17 laps to go from Daytona, this time by. Moss Steller in 3rd. He's got Rowe back to that outside lane. We know Sean Rowe's going to be a big driver to watch out for. Swipes it again. 2x2. Wrecking way in the rear, up and into the outside wall. Riker Byram. Maybe Eladon Contreras. They did not fully spin around. We stay green. They're mostly out of harm's way, and we talked about before these Zenner night races. Think of it as public lobbies. Anyone can come on in, but usually it's the best that stick around for the finish. Chad Thornquist, he's going to be mirror driving back to that checkered flag tonight. 16 laps to go from Daytona. Rowe to the outside. Lined up with Moss Steller. Thornquist on the bottom, lined up with Pena. See a lot of shuffling out of these guys. William Schmidt starting to make up ground once again. Him and on Balderas going for the championship points. If you're in the top 12, you score points for the championship. That means Throttle still needs to do well. We talked about Balderas earlier in the show. And he doesn't have a nose on his 95. You can see him towards the back half of this group. Barbagallo to 4th. Sean Rowe to the lead, 15 laps to go. And then he's single file up there. They're going to hold on to it until they see that checkered flag. Justin Champagne now in that third position. The outside lane has become the dominant force. 15. Coming to 14 laps to go from Daytona. Sean Rowe leads in the Toyota. Chevy, Ford lined up right behind him. When do you make the move if you're Justin Champagne? Yeah, he knows he doesn't want to line up with Demos. I mean, I'm not going to say they're rivals. They definitely have not seen eye to eye in the past. I guarantee you they're not going to see eye to eye tonight. If I'm Justin Champagne, I take that opportunity to go to the bottom here at Thornquist. Thornquist has already shown that he's willing to put as much speed behind these guys as possible. See Kevin Champagne on the bottom is wounded 94. Gives those machines on the outside enough room. Sean Rowe, Mosteller, Demos wanting to make a move. Justin Champagne waiting in the wake. 13 laps to go now from Daytona. And either you got it or you don't. Calm patch so far in the second stage, the later half of this race. And Chad's trying to break that turbulent air. Now, what do I mean by that? When you get 2 or 3 guys lined up on that outside lane, and then you get about 4 to 6 others behind them, it creates this big wake for that bottom lane. It's so tough to push through it. The way to push through is get about 4 or 5, maybe 6 machines on the bottom and just shove their way through. We've seen it before where drivers can do it. But the only thing is they really need the 2, maybe 3 drivers on that outside lane to be in some type of disagreement. And that's why you see Thornquist dropping back so much. You got 12 laps to break through it. I think they will have what it takes because there's no way Justin Champagne stays in line to the checkered flag. He's going to make a bold move, and so is Barbagallo. The thing is, though, if you're Chad Thornquist, they make it 3 wide. Don't you want to be in position to win and not those other drivers? That's where you see Pena pushing as hard as he can. You also got to keep in mind that Chevrolet is going to need to get some clean air on that grill before that entire nose comes up and blows out. 12 to do it. Something's got to work. Contreras stuck in the middle. Here comes Barry. Barry trying to make it 3 wide. Winds up with Lewis. Sticks on the board. 11 laps to go from Daytona. Cooper Glegg, Davis Lewis. Into the side of one machine. Might have been Sean Pena. It was. Pena into the grass. Mostly out of the way. Demos is lined up nose to tail in that outside lane. Champagne now lined up. They're in third. Now that's going to hurt any type of momentum that bottom side had. You saw Thornquist jump up to that outside groove. He's up to 5th. Lined up with Gio Turpin. Maurice Berry trying to make up time. Now 10 laps to go from the World Center of Racing. Rowe, Mosteller, Justin Champagne. They have completely left that second group behind. But they're nowhere near their, 11 seconds off the pace? Barb into the outside wall, stacking up the rear. Trouble, there they go. Aiden Robertson. And about 3, maybe 4 others go for a slide as the caution will wave once again. Connor Gray. Cooper Glick. And this will stack the entire field back together. We will try this all again. What is it gonna take now for those drivers that made that long green flag run work to then make the big move And what's coming down to the final 9, maybe 8, 7 laps to go when we take that green flag once again. Let's watch it again. Yeah, Barb goes right on that outside wall. You got to hold your line up there, and we know how tough it is to try to hold it, should we say. These guys try to get as close as possible to that outside wall. Barbagallo, usually when you see him racing, he's on that bottom side, but he had to just catch the wave here and jump to that outside lane. Here's Connor Murphy just right across the nose there. Robertson. He went for one heck of a slide. Cooper Glick. There in that 30 machine. Let's ride on board with him. Now this is what he saw. This is from the cockpit view. Once again, all these drivers are racing in a first-person view. Force feedback on and everything. Nah, he just got tagged. He didn't even see it coming. Not a lot of damage. I mean, the way he got hit from the rear, it's a little concerning. He went that right rear suspension. But it will nonetheless put him on pit road. What's the strategy? Sean Rose staying out. Boss Stellar, Justin Champagne staying out. Here's William Schmidt, your championship leader. He sits 10th. Here's Lane Sanders in 11th. And we look around to see if we can find Alexander Balderas. And we wonder if Balderas can somehow sneak up inside that top 12. He sits 26th now on pit road. He has no nose cone on that 95. If Schmidt goes out there and finishes in the top 5, Balderas is going to bid to win the next race. Not the Sebring race, but the one at Talladega with the car tomorrow. If he doesn't finish in the top 12, that is. He sits 26. Davis Lewis in 9th. Tough scenario. A lot of these guys getting really restless towards the ends of these races. Look at Sean Rowe, and you're starting to think to yourself, okay, a lot is going on, a lot to look for as we get ready to restart with 6 laps to go from Daytona. Rowe, Moss, Stellar, Justin Champagne, and Bump Day has become a staple in at our night in America. We can't wait for Sebring. Sebring's gonna be a lot of fun. We have group qualifying, so we can showcase the track, talk about the track before we go green. And it will be a 12-lap race before we go COT racing. 7 to go in this race. 7 to go from Daytona. It will be 6 laps to go when we retake the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1 to go. Can Sean Rowe hold on? Can Daniel Moss-Stellar seal it from him? And Demos is one of the best on those super speedways. He's one of the favorites heading into the Florida 500. What is it going to take? Ladies and gentlemen, let's ride. Moss-Stellar on the outside, Sean Rowe on the bottom. What is it going to take for Justin Champagne maybe to come up there and snag this win? And Justin's back there in that 3rd spot. Crowd rising to their feet. I talked to Justin earlier and I said, hey, you going to win? He said, oh, you know I'm going to win. Calling his shot with 6 laps to go. Pace car the hard left. Dumps it on the pit road. Chevy, Toyota, Rowe off and away. 6 to go from Daytona. Got that jump. See Demos on that outside. Getting that shove there from Barbagallo. Climbing the banking of 1 and 2. Mostly spreading on out. Barry looking for a move. Rowe to the bottom. Mosteller to the outside. Lined up Barbagallo. See Davis Lewis looking for a move. 2 by 2. Still no big change. Most on the outside. Barb in tow. Barry on the outside, lined up single file. Mosteller, top of the board. Barry out of the pocket. 5 to go from Daytona. You have to make up that ground. Thornquist to the middle. Lined up with Contreras. Frank DeAngelis into the outside wall. Sun setting. Down off turn 2, and Barb's gonna wait to that last moment to make a move. He's gonna be the best ally to the 9 until he comes off turn 4. And praying for this race to go green. Joe into the outside wall. James Pomar, Balderas and others sliding to the bottom side. Maybe Max Swearengini was a lap machine. They keep it straight. We stay green. 4 to go from Daytona. That's what Demos needed to see. Needed to see that separation. The entire virtual crowd on their feet. Does Barbagallo get his first win in the last stream of 2023? Or does Gio Turpin come back to enter night and capture the flag? Schmidt in tow, outside lane, DeAngelis looking for a move. Thornquist to the bottom, swipes the barrel Rowe. Schmidt to the bottom, Thornquist through the middle, lines him with Rowe. The switchback puts the Ford into the Elite 8. And into that fast 4 as well, that's not stopping him. 3 laps to go from Daytona. And he's determined, that 12 machine. He's got victory in the eyes of what was so much a defeat for this year. 1 win is all it takes. He's up the 3rd. He's up the 2nd. Thornquist looking for the lead on turn 2. And he's got Rowe right in tow. Will be 2 laps to go this time by. Crowd on its feet, Chad Thornquist, top of the board for the World Center of Racing. All he needs to see is that checkered flag. Champagne blocking Contreras way to the outside. And most of this gap is really separated. See a lot of those guys single file towards the rear. Barbagallo up the 7th. Thornquist slide in. Champagne swipe to the bottom, gets tagged. Now rejoins the field. If they take the white, this race is official. Rowe in 2nd. DeAngelis in 3rd. Frank looking at the bottom of Rowe. 1 lap to make the difference on the entire year. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona. And that 12 machine, he's going to be mirror driving back to that start-finish line. Chad Thornquist winless all year. 1 last shot at glory. Rowe to the bottom, gets swiped by the 12. Mirror driving to the top. Mirror driving to the bottom. And Frank DeAngelis waiting in the wake for something to go wrong in the top 2. Grudger making the move down the bottom, a last-ditch effort. Last gas, 3 and 4. Rowe in 2nd, wrecking in the rear. Rowe to the bottom, Rowe to the lead. This is going to be the finish at Daytona. Chad Thornquist in the 12. Sean Rowe 99 to the checkered flag. Chad Thornquist, first win of 2023. Wow. And he finally will get a win. I mean, determination since the drop of the green flag. Unreal. And Frank DeAngelis will end up being a bridesmaid once again at Daytona, but a great effort of that 69. An absolute drive from the rear to the front. He finally did it, and he did it with the dark horse. Ford is 1 for 1 with their new body and NR Night in America. Chad Thornquist victorious from Daytona. Wow. And you look at the points, William Schmidt did not score any. He's back in that 14th position. Unbelievable. Parks it in the grass at the World Center of Racing. Over 411, I believe, are watching at the line. And oh, by the way, we have a championship battle to determine. Chad Thornquist victorious. Ford victorious. So much to look at. Let's go talk to your race winner. Now, this is going to be a fun interview. I can tell you right now. He's going to be hyped. I might as well just sit back and relax with you because he's going to just take center stage here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. He told me too, he said, when I get that interview for my first win of 23, I'm just going to let it rip. Well, let's see if he lives up to that. As Thornquist will very much find victory lane. Chad Thornquist, it's a John, you got a copy.
Yeah, right, I got a copy. Oh, man.
How was it?
Huh?
How was it?
Refreshing, dude.
I know you got a lot to say, so I'm just going to sit back and relax and listen to this. Because you had winning in the eyes, and it was just an unreal fight. That last lap had to be just nerve-wracking.
Dude, I knew Rowe was going to try so much stuff on that last lap. I was mirror driving so hard. I think the only time I looked out of my windshield was... I don't even remember, like turn 2?
Unbelievable. Well... You got Dark Horse, their first win. I think you just have to go to Ford at this point. Maybe it's Ford because you got your first e-ticket win with Ford. You did get your first e-ticket win with Ford. Remember Talladega? You're driving the 6 machine.
Run that.
You weren't. I think we had you in a Toyota.
You picked me up. You were like, "Hey, do you want to run this?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?"
All big events you've ran, that you've won with, has not been with Toyota. I think you have to be a Ford Alliance after this one because you were up there doing great things. You were out there racing your heart out. Walk me through those final laps because it was just edge of the seat all the way through.
I put on a good show?
Oh, you put on a fantastic show.
Dude, it was insane. I knew I was going to have to make some bold moves no matter how drastic the situation. Otherwise, I wasn't going to put myself in a position to win. And honestly, there was a little bit of voice crack. Whoops. Too excited. But there was nothing like that was too out of my wheelhouse. I felt like all the moves that I was making weren't really all that spectacular, except for the one I made on Schmidt where I darted to the middle when he pulled down to lead the line. That I turned into an alien in that moment. I don't know how I did that.
I gotta ask you this. So let's be honest. The start of this race was very choppy, including on our end. We were using an older server for the overlays to start blinking guys out, but a lot of drivers then, they were very sketchy on the way they raced. You saw a lot of newcomers up front that haven't raced in a while, making some very daring moves. You saw a lot of guys trying new things. They're so worried about getting that last win of the year, and they knew for a lot of them, Daytona might have been their only shot because we're going to Talladega with the car tomorrow. It does not drive the same at all.
No.
My thing is, how did you get through that? Because as a driver, that's got to be so frustrating, right? You just come off an e-ticket event where you have literally the best in iRacing. That's what it was. And there was so much etiquette, a lot of class and hard racing where guys knew they could put themselves on that fine line and still make a big impact. To a race where a lot of guys are trying their hardest to make the next e-ticket event and they're getting nervous, they're making silly mistakes, and it really plagued the first half of this race, and we're not used to seeing that. How do you go ahead and take advantage of what you saw early and then apply it later in the race? Because once the big dogs of NR night came forward towards the later half, it became a whole different race from what we saw from the first half.
I'll be real with you. I didn't change my mindset mid-race, but I changed my mindset and my approach going into the race. Once I figured out where I was in qualifying, I didn't expect to be on pole, but I was expecting to be top 10. And then when I was on pole, my mind just put like, okay, stay up front no matter what. Doesn't matter how aggressive you have to be. Just be aware of your surroundings, but still be aggressive and put yourself up in the mix. And that's what I did, and it brought me right back to where I was last year, where I haven't been. I'll just say this: winning the last race, like the last race one of the year, when I've been winless the whole time at home track, that's storybook.
I want to point out, I woke up today, I was like, let's go announce to everyone that tonight is the last race of 23. And I was like, just a reminder everyone, Chad Thornquist has one more night to go ahead and get it done. Did that add any, motivation? To know, like, this is it right here.
I love the fans. I love putting on for the fans. That's why you always see me drive like I'm a madman on a mission. It's because I want to put on a show for those fans. Because that's what they came here for. They don't come here for boring single file racing. I'll say this much: when it benefits me, like those last couple of laps, I'm fine with riding single file. If I'm anywhere outside the top 3, I hate it because I know how boring it looks.
Well, hey, you put on one heck of a show. I'll let you know right now, Sebring has just gone up. Are you going to race Sebring? I think you got a sweet Florida tonight. You're a Florida boy. I'm a Florida boy now living in Tennessee.
I didn't update it. I can't race. I didn't update them.
Well, we hope to see you for Talladega. I think you're just happy that you got to win this year. That's the big thing, too.
I'll be at Dega. You know I'll be at Dega. After I got robbed by Schmidt last time, I'll definitely be there.
Well, we also have a championship to crown. Let's go look at the points together before you go ahead and discuss all that, because the points are going to be huge. Now that you've won and Schmidt didn't score any points, you might be in the Super Speedway Shootout title hunt from what we're looking at here. So we're going to go ahead and look at the points just one more time, and we're going to go ahead and judge really where everything is, because since you've won, I think you've also had a couple points beforehand. It probably is close, and it is. These are the point standings. Frank DeAngelis leads over William Schmidt. Frank has 20 points. Schmidt has 18. You have 17. Top 12 score points, and the most points you can score is 15. So, with the way things look, Balderas is in fourth. Mosteller's in fourth as well. They're tied. Marus Berry, I'm looking up and down, and I want to say, what is that? That's about 12. I want to say there are 17 drivers that mathematically have a shot at winning the Super Speedway Shootout. That's the most we've had heading into the final race of the Super Speedway Shootout for this tournament. How do you feel knowing that you're right there now and you can win a tournament? You've won a tournament before in NR Night in America.
It's won 3 of them.
You have, and you've also won basically everything this channel has to offer. You never won the Super Speedway Shootout. Could you continue your winning ways, you may think?
Can I?
Can you?
I just proved it right there. So, what do you think my answer is?
I think your answer is going to be yes.
Damn right it is.
So it's going to be fun. After race 2, ladies and gentlemen, after Sebring, we are heading to Talladega to crown our champion. It will be just a 30-lap race. We'll ask the viewers down in the chat below, do we add duels? We know there's a lot of drivers in here that have never raced a COT. We don't want to have a huge barn burner, so do keep that in mind. So get ready for it. If we have duels, there'll be 10-lap duels for a 30-lap race. This will definitely narrow that field out, and it'll have the best drivers racing. Chad, what do you think? Do you think it should go off a single car queue with 43 guys, or should we have duels?
I think single car queue kind of riddles out the talent and actually gets the upper echelon of the guys more consistently in that field. So I say let's do 43 single lap queue.
I like that. I like what he's thinking right there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's up to the viewers, though. At the end of the day, Chad Thornquist, congratulations on your win.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Well, it has been a fun night, hasn't it already? Ladies and gentlemen, stumbled out of the gate. So sorry about that on the stream side. A little bit of technical difficulties with the blinking that looks to have gotten fixed. And we know there is a little small issue there with the green screen in the background. Don't worry about that. We still have the lighting from the California 500 event. We always have to change so much to get these e-tickets rolling, and we're so glad that so many of you support it. Looking at this right now, 150 likes, 300 if I'm not mistaken. We'll get race number 5, make it 185 likes. So we're already very much closing in on that. So I asked you guys if Chad Thurner's going to win. This is a 50-50 shot that you all went ahead and got it going. So we'll head to a track for the first time in NR Night in America, Sebring. Some of you guys asked, is Sebring in America? Very much so. It's in Central Florida. We're maybe about 10 minutes away from one of the Xfinity stops. Xfinity teams are located near Sebring, Florida. 17 turns. It's a 12-lap race. It's going to be open qualifying. So when we get in there, they already started qualifying. It's going to be interesting. Every driver does the race because it's a brand new track. A lot of big bends, a lot of things to look out for, a lot of things to talk about. We're going to continue to talk about Sebring as a track as we continue through the night. So a lot of things to look at. We got a lot of great drivers coming on in. Parker White's making his way through. I believe we saw yesterday, not Baker, sorry. Devins Baker is in here. Drake Berry's in here as well. I believe it should be Ethan Stanley joining us here tonight. I believe I saw Ethan Stanley. He's a big fan of these racetracks. Maurice Berry is in here. Dylan Basin practiced yesterday. I don't know if he's joining us yet, but he is looking to possibly join us here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green just one more time. So the swamp of Florida says hello after we just came from the beach side on the East Coast. And we get ready to set our field for the second race of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sebring, Florida, as we go green for NR Night in America. Dominic Barbagallo. In the back, the Ford 74. No time for him just yet, Dale Greenwood. Lined in, actually, should we say, we might have to use the old ticker for this as well, just to keep track of certain drivers. Do keep that in mind. So we're going to go back on the old system that we know is a little sketchy, really hurts the consistency of the system, but we're mainly avoiding it for the super speedways. Do keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, we're going to go back to the tower. This will be the last time we use the tower tonight, because we don't want to go ahead and have any problems for the rest of the night. That is Kyler Wynn joining in with us as well. NR Night in America's never been to Sebring, Florida. James Thurston has been a big advocate for us going out here for so long. How about the track map? Well, there it is, right side of your screen. A massive behemoth racetrack. So we're going to go through it all. James Thurston is heading down the backstretch of this racetrack. That is called the Ullman Straight, and it gets right into turn 17, that big kink right here. That's going to be the Sunset Bend. Now, some have actually made the joke saying Sebring's racetrack looks like it was made in about 5 minutes. Why does it look like it's just put together all weird? Nothing looks like it was a purpose-built racetrack. Well, originally this was an Air Force base way back in the day, including for World War II. Then they built the racetrack here, and they utilized part of the runways. So if you ever go to this racetrack, you're going to see how certain corners and turns, they don't really move like a modern-day track, like a autodrome that you see out there in Dubai, or maybe a Miami F1 circuit. The track is built together in a way that utilized, well, the Air Force Base back in the 1940s. But then things started to change a little bit. All of a sudden, Sebring held the first ever endurance race. Endurance racing was really born in Sebring, Florida. And now they hold the 12 Hours of Sebring, a huge race that attracts so many. I believe it's well over 100 to 200,000 head over this track. And the best part about Sebring, Florida is, including with this racetrack, the locals support it so much. I honestly believe it's just a matter of time before NASCAR says, hey, the Xfinity Series should head on out there for a weekend. They've done Road America in the past. I would not be surprised if Sebring gets that move, because NASCAR, if I'm not mistaken, also owns the Sebring Raceway. Does Cup Series racing come here one day? That is the real question. So James Thurston working his way through Bishop. That's turn 14 before 15 in Le Mans of turn 16. Through 15 now, and here's 16. You're going to see a lot of guys making those big passes down the Oldman Straight. It's going to be a lot of fun to see those moves, but turn 1 and 2, that's where we really want to watch these guys make the moves. And for William Schmidt, a big advocate of the Xfinity Series cars, including on road courses, he is very excited to see what this all brings. Seeing that nice move back top of the hairpin. If I'm not mistaken, that should be turn 10. Down Cunningham, then to Collier, into turn 11. Schmidt is someone you want to keep an eye out for in that 79 machine. A big advocate and a great driver to watch out for. There's Brian Donahue there in the 60. Maurice Berry, a driver that I would say pretty much loves those road courses, ready to rock and roll. Now I want to point this out. Usually when we go to new road courses in NR Night in America, we worry about driver count. We're like, will we get a big enough driver count? What's a Monza? We had to bump drivers out of there. And then all of a sudden here we are, and we're saying, hey, 30 drivers joining us for a race in Sebring, the inaugural Sebring race in NR Night in America. That is something to watch. A lot to look forward to as we get ready to take the green flag. Mosteller in his unseasoned 87, William Schmidt in that 79, Michael Gunter there in that 8th position. He's in the 64. And he's headed down to turn 1 right here. And back to 2 and 3, the big bend to turn 6. I think we're going to see a lot of big passes from turn 6 to turn 7, because turn 6 is not really a braking zone. You're really laying off that pedal, and then you get hard on the braking zone into turn 7. That's the hairpin. An exciting night of racing, no doubt about it. We head to Talladega right after this. Sebring joining us now for race number 2 of NR Night in America. And so many of you have asked us, hey, let's go to new racetracks. When are we going to try these new racetracks they've never done in NR Night? And we've always talked about, we're like, well, we've done every cup track on iRating available. We've done every oval. We have never done some of these road courses in the United States that the Cup Series doesn't go to. An interesting look indeed. So we said, okay, what about Monza? Let's go out there. They have an oval. We know we get some drivers to race the oval and then race the road course. And that worked out. We're like, Road America, let's go there. And all of a sudden we realized there's a hardcore following for viewers and drivers that have been wanting nothing but road courses in NR Night in America, including with that Xfinity stock car. And here we are in Sebring, Florida for the first time. Qualifying comes to the close, and everyone will be chasing Joseph Armstrong in that Toyota Supra. James Thurston, the Florida native, will be P2. Max Swearigan will be P3. Mosteller, the driver from Connecticut, P4. William Schmidt, River Page, and so many others lined up as we get ready to go green. J.D. Laird joining in as well, Parker White, Kirk Mills, and some of these guys didn't put down a time because they knew they'd be able to get a pretty decent starting spot just off of iRating alone. And that's one thing you have to go ahead and look out for. Top 15, they set down a time, so they're going to be first through 15. The real question is going to be the drivers that haven't set down a time, like Kyler Wynn, who gets to the start-finish line this time by. That might have been a botch slot as he nearly slammed the left rear. Kyler Wynn sitting right now off of iRating alone would be 19th. Puts it to the outside wall as he is done with his time. Josh Kenyon No time for him. He's on the outside looking. Dominic Barbagallo. Another one in that boat. So 32 Xfinity Series stock cars will make its way to Sebring, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Joseph Armstrong, putting those final laps in. Such a big track, you want to go ahead and figure out what works and what doesn't. What makes a road course so interesting and so exciting for a viewer is the fact that you can be quick in one sector and be absolutely abysmal in the next. And the next thing you know, you realize it's not like an oval where, okay, the track's winding out, let's go up against the wall. And that's what we love to see. We love seeing drivers that, you know, they make a mistake there in 3 and 4, a little bit better in 1 and 2. They try to search for grip around the track. That's what makes oval racing so interesting, including for a spectator sport like stock car racing. But at tracks like Sebring and tracks like Road America, you have to be perfect at every corner. You gotta be good in the hard braking zones. You gotta be fast in the sweepers. If drivers are full throttling that turn 6 bend and you're lifting just a little bit, that could be the difference from making up time on a driver, because you two could be completely even heading through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but if he's just better in turn 5 and better in turn 17, well, that could be a difference maker from winning and not getting it done whatsoever. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to go green. Right side of your screen, you'll see them as they lined up single file. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, we're heading to the heart of Central Florida. I was going to rephrase that. That's supposed to be Orlando. Well, depending on what you're from. Let's rephrase it. We're heading to real Florida, and we're heading to Sebring to go ahead and line up for the first ever NASCAR Xfinity Series stock car race. 32 drivers enter to take on this behemoth. Let's take a look at them. Top of your screen, Joseph Armstrong, James Thurston, that's row number 1. Max Swearengin, Nathan Lyons back to row number 2, puts a Chevrolet in that fast 4. Moss Steller, William Schmidt back to row number 3. Josh Lilly lined up with River Page, row number 4. Kuznov, Marooseberry, row number 5. Aiden Walker, Connor Murphy back to row number 6. Michael Gudger, Kevin Ward, row number 7. Row number 8, Reagan Schulten, Dominic Barbagallo lines up and loaded. Brian Donahue and so many others. 12 laps of racing, and we head to Talladega for race number 3. Time to get it done just once more as all the drivers will grid up and get ready to go green. 1 full lap of pacing, and we get ready to ride. Ladies and gentlemen, let's roll from Sebring, Florida. Thurston and Armstrong lined up. You see the track map on the right side of your screen. And you can see how this entire track will look when these guys barrel on through. So 32 of the best. Get ready to rock and roll. Let's go ahead and say those magical words. God speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. And we have to return those overlays on, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the update on that one. Had no idea the overlays were off, and that means you guys missed the entire starting grid. Let's go ahead and look at it again. Here you go on your screen. Track map right side of your screen. Head into that bend, or let's rephrase that, off the bend at turn 6 and into the hairpin at turn 7. You see a lot of these guys brace for this moment. We know for sure when they head down to turn 1, it's going to be very wide. It gets very narrow, and then after the bend at turn 6, be that hard brace into turn 7, past the hotel, and working their way to turn 8, back to turn 9, as we get ready to go green. So much to look at. So much to look forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and line this one up. It's the one to go from Central Florida. Time to go racing in the swamp. Joseph Armstrong, the driver from Virginia. Trying to go and get it done with the guys that said, why don't we do Sebring? We've been talking about doing Sebring for a full year in our night in America. And finally, the driver said, I think it's time. James Thurston, the Florida native, has been begging for it. Matt Swearingen and others as we get ready to roll. So 32 drivers will take this run as they work their way down the backstretch this time by. It will be a 12-lap shootout as 32 of NR's best on road get ready to rock and roll. The crowd will be ready to get on their feet just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's ride once again race 2 of NR Night in America. So many have asked, what would it look like if NASCAR worked its way to Sebring, Florida? Let's go ahead and show you what that would be. Pace car, hard right on the turn into pit road as we go ahead and light the fuse for the first time at Sebring International Raceway. The brace to turn 1. Armstrong went way low near that concrete barrier. Found his way through. James Thurston trying to sneak on by. A little clip of the grass there. Brian Donahue to turn 2 and 3. Lions on the bottom. Trying to sneak through the 0-0. Couldn't get it done. Now goes to the fight to the bend of turn 6. On that move, and William Schmidt's watching on. Joe gets away, heading to turn 7 at Hotel Corner. See a lot of these cars making a move. Cruncher into the inside wall. Way in the rear, out of harm's way. Connor Gray off in a move. Brian Donahue shoving drivers with that move. Swearingen loses 6. Now into that 6th spot. Under pressure from the inside, Josh Lilly. And Thurston's a man on a mission. Closes right to the back end there, that 22. Shuffling, moving their way through this pack. Through turn 11. Joe with the speed. Well, focus on holding on to that machine. Has a 4, maybe 5 car breakaway. And Armstrong's going to be quick here tonight. He was the fastest in qualifying. Definitely was the fastest, one of the fastest there in practice. He knew this could be easily a race that he could go ahead and win. Thurston heading down with the draft. 19 the difference. Toyota, Ford, back to that Chevrolet. Off turn 17, that Sunset Bend. Joe goes wide. Thurston, a drive on the outside lane. Drag race to the start-finish line. Armstrong will lead lap number 1. No, but Thurston's got the edge into turn 1. Joe on the outside. Swenson wheel to wheel. Nathan Lyons watching on. William Schmidt watching on as well there in 4th. Lyons, a huge lunge in a 2nd. Tries to lock it in on turn 4. Back to 5, heading to turn 6. Thurston keeps him at bay. Nathan Lyons jumps to 2nd. Schmidt now back into that 4th position. And these guys have severely spread out. You can see a lot of separation from nose to tail of this pack. Thurston is really struggling in the hard braking zones. That's where Nathan Lyons makes up that ground. Runs to the back end of the 0-0. Hand over fist, trying to keep that machine at bay. Lyons to the bottom. takes the lead for the first time, loses it on the clay as he drops back to second, and that's a driver that knows his track very well. Thurston knew Lyons was going to go for the lunge and said, okay, I'll just take it back on through Collier. And through 11 and 12, James Thurston will retake the lead from Sebring, Florida. Now, Florida driver won at Daytona. It'd be pretty fitting for a Florida driver to win in race number 2, but man, that Texas-born native is just breathing down the neck of the 00. All over the place onto the concrete. Joseph Armstrong, who knows he's quick in those heavy braking zones, has closed back to that 50. 11 laps to go. Joe looking for a move. Not too quick, and into 17 of Sunset Bend. It's all James Thurston. Lyons lost the rear end. Armstrong looking back to the bottom. The battle is now for that second position. Lyons goes wide. Armstrong, the tight, narrow move to turn 1, and he will retake that second spot over the Nathan Lyons 50. Quick, easy move. You see Lyons thinking about going back to the bottom. 10 laps to go, a sprint race. To showcase the skill of the best, River Page to the bottom of Josh Lilly. Lilly losing that rear end. And man, you just tell some of these guys are really on that ragged edge of handling. James Thurston holds on to the lead, a 1-2-8 difference. Joe found his way around Lyons, but instead of focusing on the race lead, he has to focus on the driver behind him because he knows Nathan Lyons is known for taking that rear end and lifting guys off the ground. Keep that in mind with 10 laps to go in this race coming to 9. There's still a long way to go, and William Schmidt is there looking for position as well. And these are the set of corners where it gets a little bit tough. 10, 11, heading into 12. Schmidt to the outside of Lyons. Lyons just leaves that rear end on the nose of the Supra as Schmidt tries to take the long way around. Heading his way off turn 10 to 11 and 12, back to 13. Schmidt down that long straightaway will get the advantage heading to Bishop, and Schmidt will work his way to third. .15 and into Le Mans. Thurston down that old back straight, the Ullman straight, should we say. That's what they call it here. Lyons under fire. Here comes Mosteller. And Demos isn't waiting at all. Making up that time, and James Thurston now has to realize Joseph Armstrong doesn't have any pressure from behind. Schmidt is a 2-8 back. And Joe's already making up time into Sunset Bend off turn 17. This is going to be a race to the finish. First time went to Monza, it got tough for guys to learn it early on. And then later in the race, it became a real treat to watch. Armstrong, a 1.64 back, has now closed that gap. Lyons sits in 5th, trying to make up that time. Swearigan, Lilly, all looking for that uptrend. Joseph Armstrong, 1.8 the difference. Max Swearigan. And Max is going to make his place known. You can see them kicking up that grass. To the inside of Lyons. Toyota on Chevy. Nose to tail, and still a lot of racing left to go. Where are these guys on track? There they are. You see them on the right side of your screen. Thurston way ahead, and you can see so many guys have already separated out due to incidents on the racing surface. Joe in 2nd, Schmidt in 3rd, off of Cunningham, heading through Collier. That's turn 11, and 12 and 13. That heads their way through Tower. Now, you know Bishop is the one you want to watch, because this is where they get that draft, and they can really make up time. Joe is struggling big time through 9 and 13, and then he makes up all that speed through Bishop all the way to Le Mans. That's turn 16. You can see these guys are so strong off that 14, that turn 14 bend. But Joe's got to make up time where it really matters the most. You can see a lot of these guys struggling to navigate through. There's Shady Laird, who created most of the paint schemes for the Drive Smart California 500. There's Kevin Ward, he's sliding his way through. Connor Murphy. A lot of these guys just struggling to keep pace. Page swears in. Nathan Lyons blocking them all. He's got to watch out. He can get turned from mirror driving like that. Oh, he is going to get slammed. The entire rear bumper part of the 50 just came off, it looked like, and might have just reconnected on. Lyons loses the rear end at turn 17. Here comes the 97, a Lily on the outside. No give, all take with 8 laps to go. Wow. River Page is someone you don't want to mess with. Back to turn 1. Swearingen, Pill, man, he's kicking up that clay. Lyons now looking for a move to the bottom. Oh, he just overdrove it completely. Put Swearingen in a bend. 3 wide, that's the battle for the 5th place position. Page, the 2 for 1. Josh Lilly drops back. Lyons goes for a slide. He's got to watch out, man. He's not making any friends out there. Heading to the hairpin. A move, a look. Swearingen goes wide. 3 drivers, 4 drivers, 5 drivers under a belt. Where did the Canadian of Kyler Wynn come from? Sneaks 1, looks 2, locks them both in, and Kyler Wynn has found his way into the top 8. What a drive there out of that 82. It's strong, it's feisty. So River Page works his way into 5th. Daniel Mosteller works his way into 4th. But Joseph Armstrong has some time to make up. 2-3 the difference, back to James Thurston. And he's talked about before, he knows he can have the pace to go out there and give it his all. But he's really just waiting towards that later half of this race. And you think, what do you mean? It's 8 laps to go. Well, 8 laps to go here is equivalent to maybe 15 laps to go at Pocono, equivalent to 50 laps to go at Bristol. So you got a lot of things to think about in those next 8 laps. Oh, Nathan Lyons under fire from that 82. Now these two are not known for really giving. It's all about the take from these Chevrolets. Nathan Lyons squeezes win down to that inside barrier. Loses that rear end, and Lyons at one point went from battling for the lead to slipping and sliding on this concrete. Back to the start-finish line, rubbing there with Wynn. Wynn not giving in back to turn 1. Lyons a sweep. Wynn the look to the inside, gives him the bumper, and around goes Nathan Lyons. Dropped off and rejoins the race without a caution. And that just there shows if you race your competitors with disrespect, they're going to go ahead and send a message. Kyler Wynn, a driver that just sent it full send into 1 as Nathan Lyons drops back to the 10th position. Yeah, you knew it was coming. Don't act like you didn't. And now the question is, Joseph Armstrong, 2 seconds the disadvantage there to the Michael Ford 00. What is it gonna take? Slip in, slide in. Kyler Wynn, Walker, Swearingen. You go back to Lyons now in 10th. Now he's in no man's land. He's all the way back there on his own. There's Barbagallo, there's Connor Gray, there's JD Laird just really navigating this track. Go back to Kirk Mills there in the 19th spot. Brian Donahue back there in 20th. A lot of damage there on the nose of the 60. And Joseph Armstrong has started that quest of closing on in to the S's. I think Joe's got a big opportunity to make something work. Under now 2 seconds the difference. William Schmidt has closed the gap under 5 seconds. Mosteller under 7. River Page, Josh Lilly sliding that rear end, and will bring it now wheel to wheel there at the Kyler Wynn Chevrolet. Wynn finds his way through to 6. Walker lines up there in 7th. Turn 17, it's tough. You can just see when that asphalt changes to concrete. Old worn out surface. It gets tough to hold on to. Chevy, Chevy, Chevy all the way around. 6 laps to go from Sebring. Win into 6th. Page into 5th. Mosteller into 4th. And Joe has gotten a lot quicker, and we do know that there's lap traffic to talk about. Oh man, he's got something to prove. That's Parker White in that 95. White known for dominating at our night in America. Going a lap down on a road course, that's something you don't see often. That's the first time he's come out here as well. Parker White, I believe now resides in the Orlando, Florida area. Saw this on the schedule and said, hey, this is where we're going to race. And now he's really giving it us all to James Thurston. A nice lunge to the inside will allow Thurston to bail out and allow Joseph Armstrong to close in. 186 now the difference. Mosteller still in his own zip code. Josh Lilly, Max Swearigan, you go back to Nathan Lyons back there in 10th. Really just riding around. We watch the top 2 as they get ready to fight possibly for position. One, 7 back. Slip in, slide in. I don't think it hurt Thurston's confidence to go out there and win. But with him just getting outright passed by Parker White, that's got to be a huge slap in the face. I mean, Parker White had no speed, at least earlier in this race, and clearly kicked it up a gear. A pro driver, another Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver showing his speed. The only thing is, if you compare it to Joseph Armstrong, James Thurston has not been in the same zip code as the Joseph Armstrong machine. Look at the bottom of your screen here. Lap 6, Joe was 3/10 faster, and into lap 7, he was about 2/10 faster, so he's closing that gap with 5 laps to go. Lap 3, 4, 5, and kind of in their own little zip code. But Joe's got something to prove, and he's ready to let it all on the line. And compare that to William Schmidt. Schmidt has now dropped off a cliff, 7 seconds back. Battle for 6. Kyler Wynn, Aiden Walker. Lined up, back nose to tail. Armstrong, 1-7 back. Thurston, yeah, he spins the tires off the hotel corner. That hairpin, man, that turn 7 back to 8, 9, and you can see now he's struggling through 10, 11, and 12 a little bit more. I just worry about this 0-0. Ford looking to go back-to-back with 2 Florida-born drivers. Heading to turn 12 and into turn 13. That's the tower corner. Thurston now just a deficit, or should we say a gain, of a 1-8, and a terrible move off turn 13 will allow Joseph Armstrong now to close the gap. And Sebring is well loved just for the fact that there's not a lot of runoff, almost like Road America. You got to navigate every single corner to perfection if you're going to win. And if you start making mistakes, the guys behind will make up time, and very quickly. This is where things get a little bit of a struggle fest. 15 back to Lamar. That's turn 16. 1-3 the difference, first and second. 5 laps to go. Armstrong 1-3 back, closing it in, now to a 1. And no doubt about it, his best corner is turn 17 right here. Just so much speed off Sunset Bend. This is going to be a race that's going to carry back to the checkered flag. 4 laps to go from Sebring. Look at the entry points, the complete difference at turn 1. Thurston known for going wide. Joe shortcuts all the way down near the concrete barrier. One, 2 back. Yeah, he's making it up easily. So we go from Daytona, which was a caution-filled race, to Sebring. That could be a caution-free race. 1-2 the difference from first and second. Farther in this field, mostly everyone spread out. Williams, Schmidt, Daniel Mosteller, third and fourth. We talked about before, NR Night in America always has those great finishes on these road courses. You never know what you're going to get. 129, 134. Beautiful crowd watching the inaugural race at Sebring, Florida, here at the NASCAR Xfinity Series. After this, Car Tomorrow Racing from Talladega. I gotta ask the chat here, who do they have? Is it Thurston? Is it Armstrong? If I gotta pick, I gotta go Armstrong right here. He knows how to make up deficits really late in a race. Ford, Toyota, Schmidt, Mosteller, third and fourth. The turn 17. Thurston struggling on Sunset Bend. Armstrong just has it planted on the bottom. He's just quick with it. He knows exactly what he has to do just to get back to that gas. 3 to go. 8-6 the difference from first and second. And Joe's got him on the hook right here. Look at how close he gets. Thurston just couldn't match that. Oh, nearly got into the clay. Back to 3 and 4. Now maybe about 2 car lengths separating the Toyota from the Ford. Heading to turn 5. The Big Bend, that's turn 6. And the hairpin, turn 7, hard braking zone. Thurston, if he could just get that drive off, he would have easily run away from that 22. Oh, I don't think he's been able to. A drive off indeed. His best line is definitely 7 and 8. But man, when he gets to that final sector, it just loses it all. The Battle of Sebring. To turn 10, to Collier. Of 11, 12, and back to Tower of turn 13. It's going to be a Ford Toyota matchup. Thurston to drive off, left side's near the clay, gets to drive off the back, heads to Bishop, Armstrong in the draft, trying to just stick with him. And Joe's lost some ground here late. Thurston struggling with the rear end, that's the turn 15 into Lamar. Of turn 16, Armstrong, faster in 15, faster in 16, may have the speed for 17 as well. It's gonna be one of those classic NR Night in America road course finishes. Armstrong under a second. Into the Sunset Bend, 9 the difference. Hey, he can just send it in there so much cleaner. You see Thurston up near that outside wall, trying to carry the momentum. 2 to go. Mosteller into third. Sneaks his way through. Schmidt back to fourth. That's going to be the battle for the third place spot. Kyler Wynn lined up with the River Page. That's going to be the battle for fifth. Wynn just got right around him. Joe 1-3 back. And he's going to have to make up that time quickly. Schmidt into the clay. This is the battle for third. Mose, very wide down off turn 3. Schmidt will take it right back. Win to the bottom, to the rear end of the 87. Looking, sneaking for a way through. 4 drivers. No mismatch. To the hairpin. And Armstrong's losing time. Oh, he's gaining it back. Under an 8. We talked about before how critical those corners are for James Thurston. Just to get right. Lap traffic, that's going to be the difference maker. Third on back. That's the dogfight for the podium spot. Armstrong trying to give it his all. Into Lamar. We're going to see a battle for the win. We're going to see a battle for 3rd through 6. Armstrong to the outside. To the inside of Thurston. Down the Ullman straight. Ford, Toyota. One lap will make the difference in this race. Joe looking at the inside of the bend. Pulls alongside the 00. Drag race to the start-finish line. Salamanca. 1 to go from Sebring, Florida. Thurston on the inside, the brace to turn 1. Armstrong possibly looking for a switchback. Pulls to the bottom, wheel to wheel. To turn 2, the brace of turn 3. A slight contact. These drivers are racing with as much respect as possible. Thurston outmatched, back to turn 4, into 5. Armstrong takes the lead in the big bend. And that puts Thurston at a big disadvantage, but he knows how good he is into turn 7. Pulls to the back end of the 22. No drive off to turn 8. And to turn 9 after this, it's Cunningham. That 00 needs to bring it there. Kyler Wynn up the 3rd. River Page back the 4th. That's the battles going on in the rear. We will watch it as they come to the checkered flag. Armstrong pulling away from the 00. Off Cunningham into Collier. Heading to 12 and into Tower. 2 drivers separated still by 3 or 4 car lengths. Thurston, whole speed loss off that exit. He's got to get something right here. He's back by a 1-1. What's it gonna take? 8 back, maybe 7. He's gonna try to put it all on the edge as they head into Sunset Bend. So Joe's gonna try to open that gap up as wide as possible. Can the Florida native get it done in a last-ditch effort? Or can Joseph Armstrong brace for impact to Sunset Bend? Thurston sends it in deep. It's not gonna be enough. Joseph Armstrong is gonna win in the inaugural race at Sebring International Raceway with the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Armstrong victorious, battle for 3rd. Kyler Wynn got away. River Page lines up back to 4th. Mosteller in 5th. Walker slams the door on Schmidt for 6. Walker just snaps 6. Schmidt goes 7. Josh Lilly goes 8. But all the eyes are on Joseph Armstrong as he made up the time in a caution-free run. What a drive from Central Florida. Well, we came from a race that didn't show too much respect. And we head into a race that shows nothing but respect. 17 corners to master, and Joseph Armstrong will get it done with over 310, watching him burn it down. That is how it's done. What a drive. The viewers are split between Thurston and Armstrong. Talladega right after this. Sebring was a lot of fun, I'll say that. That's amazing. Fantastic racing. And that's the thing about Indoor Night in America. You just never know what you're going to get. You can get a caution-filled Daytona race, and the next thing you know, you head to Talladega. Not Talladega, sorry, you head to Sebring, and it's nothing but respect. And that's the thing that one thing viewers and drivers have been talking about consistently on iRacing is the fact that on the road course side, there's so much more respect compared to the oval side, and I believe that's why so many viewers have been asking for more road course races in NR Night in America. Same with the drivers, because you just never know what you're gonna get. And as per usual, road course racing in NR Night in America never disappoint. For the viewers watching back home, say hello to X, or should we say also Twitter, because this race might have a highlight reel going up tomorrow on that platform. Let's go talk to Joseph Armstrong. Oh, we're for sure doing Sebring more in the future. I want to point that out. So for all the drivers that bought Sebring, get ready. You will see a whole lot more of it. This track, fantastic with the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Joseph Armstrong, my man. What a race. What an etiquette race as well. So you went to victory lane. How about it?
How about it? You tell me. I mean, I thought that was a pretty fun little race there.
I thought it was great, man. And we said, man, we're not sure how many laps we're going to do. 15, 17. I said, when we do a race for the first time, we go in kind of low-balling the laps. It usually ends up being a great race, and then we want to do it some more. And I think 12 laps right there were fantastic. We come from Daytona, where a lot of guys on the oval side, we talked about before this, unless it's an e-ticket event, it's really a hit or miss on the respect style. But when we go to road course racing, there's so much more respect, and we saw it tonight. I don't think you heard of it. Nathan Lyons racing some of these guys a little bit disrespect. Kyler Wynn said, hold on, you're not going to race us with the respect we deserve. Picks them up, drops them off, puts them in the kitty litter. And for you raced James Thurston pretty well. Walk me through this race.
Yeah, I qualified on pole, and I didn't get a good jump on the green flag there, and kind of gave up the lead into one, and then was able to hold on to it for like a lap or two. And I knew the Xfinity car will tell you how it's driven on road courses. If you kind of drive it a little too hard early, you have like no grip late in the runs. And so the race was luckily just long enough to where I realized that early. And once I gave up the lead, it was like, okay, we're going into safe mode. And then about 6 or 7 to go, I was like, all right, time to go and give it everything I got. Kind of got a little lucky with lap cars, but I mean, I was gonna get them anyways, I think. And once I got to it under a second, I was like, okay, I know he's thinking about me, and he's looking in his mirror. And I don't know what the corner numbers are, but we came off the second to last corner down that long straightaway, coming to 2 to go, and I got to his inside, and then got to the next corner. His entry to the last corner was pretty wide, so I knew if I could just poke my nose in there before he apexed it, he would be offline for the exit. And luckily he didn't have enough drive off late in the race to contend with me, and once I got around him, it was just set sail.
I gotta ask you this question. Do we do this track more in the future? I think we do. And the reason I think so is because this may be our unique racetrack with this combo. I didn't expect us to have such a great driver count for this. And from what I'm seeing in the Discord and the live chat here on stream, a lot seem to be very happy with the outcome of how this went.
No, yeah, I mean, drivers, we were talking about it. A lot of the guys, this is their first or second time racing it. And I mean, you saw that with the intervals, right? Like, me and Thurston had like a 15-second gap to the third place car, but throughout the field, everyone was saying, oh yeah, this is really fun. I mean, from top to bottom, everyone was having a good time. So yeah, I agree. We should do this more often, or just any road course with this car. I mean, it's not the best road course car on this, or on the
We
oval
know
side,
you like the Gen
yeah.
6. I'm
Gen
well
6
aware.
Gen 6 is easily the best car on the oval side, but if you're looking for a car where you can display 1 lap speed with a little bit of race pace, this is for sure the car. So it was fun though. It was fun. I'd love to see more road courses in the future with this type of race car.
You know what? What I love about NR Night in America is usually the hardcore viewers that watch, they always enjoy this. Talk to me about the respect style from
Oh my.
the road courses. I'm going to let you go ahead and let it rip from the road course to the oval, because including with us saying a new era of NR Night in America, I definitely want us to have a cleaner oval side. At least definitely on the super speeds. I feel like the intermediates, you just never know. like, usually it's pretty good on the intermediates, and same with maybe the short tracks, but the super speedways, you know, you get a lot of those guys in there that, you know, they don't race at NR as much. They don't know who's more aggressive than others. They don't know who to push or not. So walk me through, not just on this, but for iRacing, the road course etiquette versus the super speedway etiquette.
Well, the super speedway etiquette is a little bit different. I don't do a lot of the super speedway stuff on like iRacing outside of hosteds and leagues and stuff. I mean, you saw it tonight though. I mean, it was pretty bad at Daytona. Just guys, and I think it's more because guys think that they can do it because they're up front. They've gotten there off of just kind of riding in line and not making moves, and then they get there and they're like, okay, I'm gonna just jump up in front of this line with no momentum, and they're gonna push me because that's what they're supposed to do. And then that's how you get a bunch of wrecks. And I think it's partially the new damage model or whatever, but the wrecks were happening before that. So, but I mean, oval versus the road, a lot of guys on road courses are a little bit more aware of their skill set, and so if you catch a guy from a second and a half, 2 seconds back, they're not going to be in like a big rush to race you. Like if you catch them, all right, you caught me, I'll let you by, I just follow you. But on ovals, I mean, I don't know what it is. They watch too much TV. I know everyone who's played sports at a young age, your parents are like, oh, you're just doing what you see on TV. But it's literally like, I mean, these guys are awful, honestly. Like, I mean, it's just bad with how they race each other, and because they see it on TV so much and they race so hard in real life that they're like, oh, okay,
it's
I got
like
the same
what you
skill
see
set.
is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, and so.
But it's interesting though. But I mean, it's also because the super speedways, in my opinion, are the more popular versions of racing. Like you saw those people that we had 60-something guys join in 5 minutes, and then half those guys join Sebring, and most of the guys that join Sebring, I believe, are the ones that are known for running with that racing etiquette. So it's something to look at. I want to point this out. We're heading to Talladega. Duels or no duels, and why?
Duels for Dega?
Yes. Duels or no duels, and
Or
why?
no duels? Ooh.
Because you got to think about it. It's automatically a 30-lap race no matter what. It's staying a 30-lap race. So keep that in mind. What would you say? Because the viewers are voting on it right now.
Me personally, for this combo, I don't think you can do duels for the COT. It's just I don't know how to really explain it. I don't do it very often.
As a driver, why? Because the viewers and the drivers don't always see eye to eye. I feel like you're someone that can possibly clear that up on why drivers say yes or no to certain things. So I mean, it's tight right now. Why would you pick it one way or the other?
I'd say no duels just for the fact of not that it really wastes time, but with this combo, it's not as much of a lottery on who gets in. It's a lot more like driver based, like skill based.
So you think because it's qualifying, because you have to lift out the gas, it's slower paced drivers and the less skillful drivers, in your opinion, would automatically miss it. So we would jump right into the action instead of waiting around. Versus a super speedway like Talladega or Daytona, where some drivers tell me all the time it is a lottery with the single car queue, because they're all so close together on times that they just have duels and might change things up. So we're allowing those viewers to do those last couple of votes. It's 52%. I'd hate to overrule certain things. I honestly believe you're right. I agree. I would say single car queue. But it also comes down to what everyone votes on. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see. We're going to put the session up. Joseph Armstrong, congratulations on the win.
All right, thank you. Shout out to Drive Smart. You saw the scheme tonight.
Yes,
Shout
I
out to
did.
Purple Squad.
Yeah, we're going to win it. We're winning it for sure.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, final chance to vote right now. I know the green screen is a little all over the place. That's okay, though. We are still moving things around. We're getting things to where they need to be. What a fun race that was, man. Sebring was fantastic. That's definitely going to be, I think, the best event or night in America. For the ones that do not know, we're going to have a video out the 26th called the best event or night. So do keep that in mind. Final votes heading on in, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it comes down to. It's a 4% swing. I want to make sure the viewers and the drivers vote on what they believe, and that's what we're going to go for. If it is duels, it will be 10-lap duels. If it's qualifying, it will be qualifying. So do keep that all in mind. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be duels. Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to be duels. They're not changing off of that at all. So we will be having duels, ladies and gentlemen, tonight as we get ready to go racing in NR Night in America. So 43 drivers will take the green flag. We'll have 64 join on in with us. We'll have a 10-minute practice. We'll have lone qualifying. No one from, you know what? Let's change it up a little bit. Let's change it up a little bit. I don't like changing the rules on the super speedway stuff in between it. Yeah, in between it. But how about we allow the fast four to lock in? Let's have the fast four in qualifying automatically lock into the race. So that's what we're gonna do. You have 2 laps of qualifying, fast four, automatically lock in, so there is no issue on that. So we'll set our fast four right off the gun. So number of entrants advancing for the main to qualifying will be the fast four. That'd be the first 2 rows. You know what? Let's make it a little bit easier on myself. Let's not do that. How about we just have the fastest qualifier advance? Because we're gonna have 43 drivers, right? If we're gonna have 43 drivers. Let's just have the fastest qualifier advance. So if you hit pole here tonight, you're going number 1. You're going to get locked in to the main event. So the fastest one advances. Advancing to feature directly. Number of entrants advancing to main from qualifying. 1. It's only 1. 1 and done. I'll make sure that is good. I am making sure everything is good. Okay, yes, so we do have it as 1. So they'll advance directly to the feature race. Max field size, obviously, for the actual event. For this race, we'll have 43 drivers. We'll have it as a 10-lap duel. We're setting it up now. It'll be 30 minutes to get the 10-lap duels in. Just want to point that out, so we're going to have to definitely get on that thing quick. For the heat races, the max field size will be... I believe, actually, we got to go 31 if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 31. So we'll have the max field size of 31 per duel. So the Sweet 16, if I'm not mistaken, enter in. Let's go ahead and make sure that it's right. No, that is completely wrong. 20, that's 40, 42. So we'll have the top 21 advancing to the main event. There is no warm-up. Warm-up is nothing, 0. And we will have a 30-lap race to go ahead and settle the score. I think this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be exciting. And the best part about it, ladies and gentlemen, you still have your qualifying. So if you're the fastest qualifier, you're automatically in. There is no waiting around. No ifs, ands, or buts. You're good to go. Session is up. This is in the league. Once again, there's about 17 drivers that mathematically have a shot at winning this tournament. I'm going to upload the points in the Discord once we are in the session. It is going to be a lot of fun. So it's 21 drivers advancing from each duel. 21 from each duel because the top driver will automatically advance from qualifying. Do keep that all in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green once again for the final Super Speedway race of 2023. So you know what? Actually, let's just talk about it right now. Let's talk about how the points are, right? These are the drivers. Keep in mind, please, if you're an admin, a mod, message it in the chat, the drivers in the championship hunt, so I can pin it as we get ready to ride. Number 1, Frank DeAngelis has a 2-point cushion over William Schmidt. You remember, you score 15 points max, no matter what. Chad Thornquist sits 3rd. Balderas sits 4th. Moss Zeller tied with Balderas. He sits 5th. 6th, Maurice Berry. 7th, Dylan Basin. 8th, Vincent Gucci. 9th, Gavin Austin. Contreras in 10th. Jackson Byes in 11th. Sean Rowe in 12th. These drivers all mathematically have a shot. Marty Shamela. Connor Gray, I believe, also mathematically still has that shot. Connor Gray, Kirk Mills has a mathematical shot. Jacob Wilkerson has a mathematical shot. Michael Gudger, Barbagallo, Cooper Glick, and Mike Lieben. 18 drivers mathematically have a shot at winning the title because of how tight it has been. It's the tightest points battle we've ever had for the Super Speedway Shootout, and it's going to come down to the car tomorrow's at Talladega. Session is up. Password's IDK. If you want to join in, you have to join in through the league. And we are accepting those final invites now. Ladies and gentlemen, loading on in. So 18 drivers mathematically with a shot. NR Night in America, Feeling victories all year long. Let's ride. This is going to be amazing. I'm excited for this. This is going to be awesome. We're ready for it, baby. So, my question is to you, who wins it? Frank DeAngelis has a shot. Frank has a shot. He hasn't won in a while. Schmidt has already won a super speedway shootout. So has Marcel. Both those drivers have gotten one. We could see the third different winner here tonight. And we're looking at the guys that have joined in. Pamela Cox, Tobias Matheson, Wyatt Tinsley, Zachary Steele, Buys, DeAngelis, Murphy, Donahue, Mulvick, Mitchell, Schumacher, Balderas, and McConaughey. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. And our night in America. Feeling victories all year long. That's gonna be fun. We got a lot of guys in here. I think we're going to be easily upwards of 60. We're definitely have over the amount that we need for the 43 car field. So duels are going to be very important here tonight. You want to qualify first. That's what you want to do. You want to avoid the duels at any point. We're going to at the Discord server, let everyone know what's going on here in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go trackside here from Talladega. And you hear them blinking on in. Everyone's getting ready. Lane Sanders works his way in. Drivers working their way around the track. Checking everything, just making sure everything's good. I don't want any super speedway issues. We don't like having super speedway issues at all. And we're back. So sorry about that. The session completely fell on its face. That's the thing about Super Speedways. It takes so much poly to go ahead and get it going. We are back. So sorry about that once again. Your internet did not pass out. It was our internet that went ahead and made a big goof. We were doing a bunch of things, getting things ready for the event, for this race, and it did that. But it's okay. We're loading back in. We should be good to go. I was getting ready to add everyone in the Discord what was going on. And the entire session completely just fell flat on its face. I know I do have that green slime behind me. Looks, it's the slime from Ghostbusters. Load it on in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try this again. So right when we get in, we'll actually start single car qualifying. It won't take that long to get things rolling. But a lot of great drivers coming on in. A lot of great drivers ready to go green. Asher Hansen, Austin Mitchell, Braden Mulvick, Brian Donahue, Carlos Schuther, Carson Freeman, Chad Thornquist, CJ Altman. And the thing is, the duels are going to give everyone a big opportunity, in my opinion, to learn it again. We've only done the COT at Talladega once since the since the oval refresh. And we think this will give the drivers just that much of a helping hand. Make sure everything is good to go. Looking over at our multiple screens, getting things ready as we get ready to ride. And after this, we go to Myrtle Beach, ladies and gentlemen, to get it done. Jaden Arena, Carson Freeman, and so many others trading paint still. Loading on in. Overlays coming on. Everything is good to go as we get ready to go green. Let's head trackside one more time. And we're good. Always get really excited when we're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long as we get ready to ride just once more. As we're going to get all those drivers on in. And let's rephrase this. We will not need the duels at all. We're looking at this. We won't need duels at all, ladies and gentlemen. So we won't have duels. It will be just single car queue. No duels whatsoever. As we get ready to go green. Time to get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Connell lined up. William Schmidt lined up. Daniel Mosteller ready to load on in as we get ready to go green. So there will not be duels. We have just enough drivers to do it. We will not have an overflow for this race. We didn't have that huge overflow from before. But we will be ready to go green. Chad Thornquist lined up on pit road. Devins Baker waiting his turn. And we're advancing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and set your field for race number 3 of the night. All right, this is going to be the qualifying order. Exactly where they start is exactly where they roll. Patrick Connell. James Thurston. Let's get ready to go green. Dale Greenwood in the 08. Their speeds are going to be off the charts. I'm telling you that right now. Max Swearigan. Ready to go gyro. Chad Thornquist, Carson Freeman, James Thurston. Barbagallo, Jackson Byes, Lane Sanders, River Page. Thurston. Ripping his way down the back. Yeah, he's doing over 366 kilometers. That's what they're telling us. Not giving us it at miles per hour. But man, they are just flying. Thurston rolling his way through. Will work his way back to the line this time by. This will settle the championship battle. Thurston jumps second. Vincent Gucci third. Jaden Reyna gets his time in. Carson Freeman, no time just yet. Doug Newbigging on the racing surface. Thornquist, Swearigan now. Swearigan in the 13th spot. Miranda Rose back to 12th. Patrick Connell, 22nd. James Thurston, 19th. Chad Thornquist, top of the board. Oh, and he's looking for a championship. Devins Baker. Dale Greenwood. Greenwood in 12th. I think that's enough to possibly go 10th here. He sits with the 14. Maybe not. That tire wear is worrisome. 8th. And he is able to lock it on in. Walker goes 7th. Braden Movick rolling around his track. Josh Kenyon. Kenyon P6. Schumacher. Schumi goes 22nd. Kevin Ward, 34th. Josh Lilly, 40th. Lilly working his way back to the line. Oh, never mind. We are going to for sure need duels. We are 100% having duels. Yeah, we are now definitely going to need duels. So the duels will exactly, well, looking at it again. Yes, we will 110% need duels now. Keep an eye out for it, ladies and gentlemen. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. So River Page, the only one that's advancing to the main event as of now. He is your fastest driver. Yeah, we have 48 guys coming on in here. 48 drivers going for 43 spots. And that'll give drivers also 10 laps to figure it out before their 30-lap feature. Doug Newbigging, 36. 2 races in, on to race number 3. Jackson Buys, 37th. He's on pit road. Carlos Truther, 47th. He is now on to the racing surface. He could have enough time if this is his out lap. Oh, I don't think so. This better be his final lap. He's 47th. Truther climbing the barrier, 23rd. And we'll have a nice start, should we say, for that duel as we get ready to ride just one more time. So the duels will be happening, and River Page will be leading us to the green flag as he's automatically locked into the main event. 21 drivers advance from the duels to the main event. 2 10-lap features. Let's get ready to go green. Time to do business, ladies and gentlemen. Time to go green as we get ready to roll. Lined up on the start-finish line, Wyatt Tinsley, James Thurston. And only 3 guys are missing the event from this duel. You don't want to be that bottom 3. Let's get ready to roll. I'd worry about some of these guys towards the back end, like Balderas, who's prone to missing the show. He needs to make it in. Lane Sanders, James Thurston, some of these other guys towards the back half, they're just looking for a good night. They need this night to be absolutely perfect right here. They need to just make the duels, but at the same time, it's also about getting a better starting spot, because you know if you're out front with these COTs, you're in a better position than anywhere else. So do keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to go green. Did you tune into the Drive Smart California 500? We hope you did, and we hope you enjoyed it. Nonetheless, an absolutely fantastic event. Drive Smart coming on for us for that e-ticket event as we get ready to go green. Let's get ready to ride, ladies and gentlemen. Roll it out. Lily in 4th. Mavic lined in as well. As we get ready to go green, let's say those magical words. Viewers, you know them all together. God, speed, drivers, you are go for throttle up. Tinsley and Swearengin. Lined up, ready to go at it. So, Duel 1 will lock in the top 21. Duel 2 will do exactly the same. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Wyatt Tinsley, Max Swearengin, Braden Mavic, and Josh Lilly. 10-lap duels. This is where it starts. Let's get ready to ride as we light the fuse from Sweet Home, Alabama. Mavic on the loud pedal, no waiting. Right to the back end of Wyatt Tinsley. And Tinsley's now one of those pro drivers. They talked about it before. A lot of pro guys have said Mavic is ready for Cope. Do we see a future Cup Series veteran in Brandon Movick? He sits in that second position. Looks to the bottom. Oh, Lane Sanders lost the rear end, does a great job of saving it, but could have just been the barn burner. Movick to the bottom. Wyatt Tinsley around the outside. He's got James Thurston right with him. Well over 220 miles per hour. Wyatt Tinsley leads lap number 1. Sanders to the outside. You see all those sparks flying off in the undercarriage of these machines. Josh Lilly looking to bring that speed. Some of these drivers just knowing, hey, let's not wreck, because that will be the difference between making it or not. Oh, Barbagallo, a driver that has a shot at making it and winning this title. Kind of stuck in a big scenario. Tinsley, Thurston to the inside. No swank just yet. Miranda Rose already 1 lap down. Ford and Chevy back to the line. Wyatt Tinsley leads another. When you get the best in the business doing what they do best, they usually put on a fantastic show. You see Brandon Movick ripping that outside and finds a way around the Max Swearengin machine. That's wheel to wheel. Brian Donahue locked into a tight battle, 3 wide. Donahue on the bottom. Swearengin in the middle. Lilly into the outside wall. Thurston's got that speed. What's it going to be? Looks to the back end of the 43. No real change. 4 out of 10. Now they got 7 to go right here. And every spot's going to be huge. You can just see the bottom side of that 29 sparking up. Tinsley to the outside. Movick looking for the middle. Swearengin, where does he choose to go? He's lined in with the Chevrolets in front. Now Lane Sanders guns it back to the bottom. He's got a Ford on that 86. Ford, Toyota, the 2 manufacturers that have won in this stream. Chevrolet has not found victory lane, but their pride and joy goes top of the board. Brandon Movick, number 1. 3 wide. And Tinsley's looking for a way through. He's kind of just stuck in a big mess right here. He knows it takes 1 wreck and things will just go for a huge miss. He needs to avoid any type of controversy in this run. Spinning back to the rear end, Pamela Cox. One of those drivers, Devins Baker, losing time. He's 22nd and way out of harm's way. Wyatt Tinsley is fading as he slammed the outside wall. 5 laps to go from Talladega. Swearengin putting that loud pedal down. Thurston still has to be smart here down that bottom end. Movick, company to the rear. Max Swearengin in the Dream Machine. Should we say the Mystery Machine has closed to the back end of that 42. McVice versus Scoob in the gang has Thurston and company wheel to wheel behind. 5 to go. We'll come to 4 to go this time by. Movick's got a nice gap here to that 15 machine. But man, Swag was so good to that tri-oval. 4 to do it. Thurston in 5th, Lilly in 6th. No one making the bonsai move. Asher Hansen in 8th. Brian Donahue in 7th. I think Donahue's a guy that can make that big move. Aiden Walker to the inside, gets 1, looks 2, thinks better of it. Rolls the center well. Now Toyota, a lunge coming down off corner exit. 4 to go. 3 to go here in Duel 1. And Thurston's right in that mix. That's going to be the big difference maker. Steely outside looking in. Wyatt Tinsley outside looking in. He's done. Wyatt Tinsley will not make the show. This is the battle for the lead. Movick on the outside. Thurston on the bottom. way out of the gas. Demos on the bottom side. Has James Thurston now breathing down the back end of the 87. Everyone chases Aiden Walker. 2 laps to go into 1. No wrecks here so far. That's big right now for Devins Baker. They don't want to wreck. Oh, Mosteller. Weight shift and saves it. This now comes down to qualifying order. James Thurston outside wall. Nails it with the right side. Max Swears in a lunge to the bottom. Toyota. Chevrolet. Drag race into the line. It will be a caution-free duel. Salamanca, 1 to go from Talladega. Look at Asher Hansen. Hansen has never won a race in NR, let alone a duel. Runs to the bottom. Can't get that drive off. 3 wide in the rear. Mavic on the outside. Swearingen in line. Hansen up the gut. Does it work for the Chevrolet? It does for now. This is going to be the race to the checkered flag. Mavic in the middle. Swearingen has Aiden Walker right behind. I don't think they're going to be able to make it back. Max Swearingen will bring it to the checkered flag. Victorious in duel 1. Mavic up and into the air as they wreck violently, but they still make the show. Max gets it done in a caution-free duel 1. That's what I love about NR Night in America. Just the integrity, the love for the race, everything changes throughout the night. You can have a very great duel 1. You can have a really good race 1. That doesn't mean race 2 and race 3 is going to be full of that etiquette that you all know and love. You just never know what you're going to get race after race. An outstanding duel 1, an outstanding Sebring race, a very choppy early on race at Daytona, and then it got really smooth towards the end. We have not had 1 overtime finish so far tonight, and I wonder if that's going to continue because we go to Myrtle Beach for race number 4. Want to point something out, 300 likes, we automatically get race 5, and you, the viewers, get to vote. Let's roll. So this is duel number 2. Once again, the top 21 do make the show, and 2 other drivers will not make it on in. And Eric W. made a really good point. These duels are like IROC races. Yes and no. Yes on the way they look as they race, 100%, but the 220 miles per hour, that's the big difference maker right there. These guys are carrying a lot of speed, and someone wants to get it done. Congratulations, Max Swearingen, getting it done in duel 1, getting ready for duel 2 here at Talladega. Let's get ready to ride. So we have Dodge, Toyota, that's lined up, wheel to wheel, getting ready to go on at it. And now the question is, can Chad Thornquist get back to the full-on winning ways? Ladies and gentlemen, the 1 to go. 10 laps to get through duel number 2 in a 30-lap feature. Toyota Dodge, row number 1. That's Honda and Chevrolet, row number 2. Josh Kenyon, Jaden Arena, row number 3. Vincent Gucci, Marcus Maladon. Row 4, Schmitty Contreras, row 5. Truther and Lyman, row number 6. So we get ready to go at it. As we get ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it just one more time. Toyota, Dodge. Did we already hit 300 likes? Oh, that's what you guys said. We already hit it. I was about to say, ladies and gentlemen, let's ride as we light the fuse in duel number 2. Frank guns in, off and away. Shamela all over the back end of that CM Punk 69, and Frank has already started the blocking ways. Jumps right back to that outside. See Sean Conklin on the bottom. Oh, swipe the bell on the flat. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. Trying to hold on to it. Kenny Reel and company involved in an incident, and the caution will wave right away in duel 2. Marty Shamela, in his unseasoned 39, will be the race leader. Now, these guys had way too much movement early on. The big difference maker from duel 1 to that last, into the duel you see now, clearly is just how aggressive some of these guys got. Yeah, this is definitely a stout field. You're not going to see too many wrecks, I think, at Talladega, but this is just really the product that you saw here. So here's Kenny Reel. Oh, man, had absolutely nothing to do with it. Alexander Schumacher, one of the drivers involved. I believe it started with that 43 machine. And Tobias Matheson. Yeah, so he runs to the outside here. Does he get hit in the back end? It kind of looked like it, definitely from this view. No, he didn't get hit at all. He just lost the entire rear. Hand over fist, no control out of that 43, and puts him right up and over. Look at that. And goes for one heck of a ride. Took the catch fence along with them, and just like that, the caution will wave right away from Talladega. We're not going to take any time off. We're going to get the one to go right here, right now. So Jaden Raiden and company will also have another shot to get it back going. Instead of a 10-lap duel, well, it goes down to now a 7-lap duel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. So the lights will come off, and we will ride just once more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to do it. One more opportunity at a win for so many drivers. Shamela's got to be smart here. Let's get ready to go green. Chevy on Ford, Dodge on Toyota. Conklin, Smaladon, Contreras, Kenyon, Gucci, Liven, Schmitty, Truther, Greenwood, Herring, and the rest of the guys are towards the back end of this field. The real question is what's going to happen for these guys that might miss it. It's going to come down to Kenny Reel, Matheson, Connor Gray. We're not sure who's going to make it just yet, but it's going to come down to, I guess, if Connor Gray can get back on the racing surface. Well, some things to look at as we get ready to try this all again. 2x2. We talked about Reyna on the outside lane. He's won an NR before, one of the founding drivers of this community. As he gets ready to put this one off into the sunset. I hope he's going to be racing there at Myrtle Beach right after this. A lot to look forward to. Crowd back on their feet. Ford Chevrolet, 7 laps to go in the race. Thornquist already to the outside. And Contreras down that bottom of that 18 machine. High speeds, no doubt about it. Some drivers laying off, trying to stay out of the mayhem up front. Frank to the bottom, Reyna in the middle, all chasing Marty Shimela. What's the line you want to choose here? Marty's going to go back to that outside. 6 laps to go. Chevy on Dodge. Frank lost the rear end. What a save as that 18 just nailed the back end of the 69. See those sparks kicking up. Thornquist. Sean Conklin, wheel to wheel. They're doing everything they can right now just to keep that car straight. You can see Shimela struggling with the rear end. Running up the track, Josh Kenyon up to 9th. A lot of these drivers also focused on the handling. They know this race could be no one would say a caution-free race, but a race that could go green for a substantial amount once we get it going. Contreras to the bottom. Looking for the lead with 5 to go. To Austin Mitchell. Closing that gap, 2 by 2. DeAngelis on the outside. Lined in with Shimela. 5 to go, will come to 4 to go. Contreras downstairs. He's just able to make it stick so well down to that bottom side. Contreras lined in, Thornquist to the outside. Now he's gonna bring it. 3 wide, Toyota on Toyota. DeAngelis yields, Chad Thornquist led that lap, 5 to go. Oh, Contreras off the nose. Does he save it? Yes, he does. We stay green. That's huge right there. You don't want to see another caution in this duel. Can he reel? Right now, the last driver in. He's rolling. As long as he finishes the race, he will make the feature. Thornquist making a move to the outside. Shimela, Reyna, Truther, 4 to go. They separated this pack. We talked about it, the top 12 will score points in that main event. And with the COTs, it's not like your standard super speedway racing. Track position to a degree will mean something. 3 wide, Vincent Gucci. 4 wide, Vincent Gucci. Whoa, what a move to turn 3. Put these guys in a bad spot. Carlos Truther, a man on the move. He's up to 3rd. Gucci to 2nd. Chasing down Frank DeAngelis. CM Punk, the best in the world. Vincent Gucci. General Mills wrecking in the rear. Bridgman and a couple drivers, 2 to go, let them race. Yeah, they're in the field right now. As long as they finish, they're saying let them get to the end. DeAngelis on the outside, Carlos Truther in Hale. Thornquist to 2nd. This race is gonna be official. Salamanca, 1 to go in duel 2. Thornquist swipe top, now bottom. Wheel to wheel with Vincent Gucci. What's it gonna take? Trying to find a way through DeAngelis. To the bottom side with Truther. 4 wide, that's for the lead. Truther from 4th to 1st to take the lead. Now he's gonna block them all. Gucci to the outside, DeAngelis on the bottom. Truther keeps him at bay. 39 on 69. Last gas to the tri-oval. Carlos Truther for Stoll win in NR9 America. And now all he needs is a feature. A duel to make things work out for him. How about that? And your field has been set. Kenny Reel, the last driver to make it on in. All right, this is what it comes down to. This is the big show right here. Either you got it or you don't. Points on the line, 18 drivers mathematically with a shot at winning. Talladega. William Schmidt, Frank DeAngelis, they need to have a great outing here. And if I'm Frank, I'm thinking let's just keep Schmidt behind, right? Let's just make sure he doesn't come anywhere close. So Oak made it in. Patrick Connell made it in from that duel. The only two going home, Tobias Matheson and Connor Gray. Let's get ready to go green. Wow, it is dark out. I did not expect it to be this dark whatsoever. I didn't put on this time. Why is it on this time? We're gonna have to turn up the lighting. I think we're gonna have a Talladega night race. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a Dega night race and we gotta hurry that clock up. Wow, I did not see this one coming whatsoever. I don't remember putting it on this time whatsoever. I did not change the lighting at all. Wow. We're letting the drivers know this is a big message for all the drivers and myself. You're going to see me just for the time being. If you are struggling to see in this race, turn the lighting up. That's what we're doing as well. We're turning the brightness up. Go to graphics and then go to brightness. You can turn it up there. We're going to put it up to a 6. It might stutter here for just a moment as we load on in. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. There we go, there we go. I was a little worried there, but we're good to go. Letting all the drivers know, turn the brightness up. A Talladega night race, that's what we have. 30 laps, please take it as clean as possible. Man, this is great. This looks cool though, I'm not gonna lie, this looks pretty sweet. And they're saying it, we're going to be lenient on yellows. A Talladega night race, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for a throttle up. Now, if we do have to end the race due to brightness, it will have to happen. It's only a 30-lap race, so you don't have to worry. They're saying, the drivers are saying be lenient on cautions, and I know that's exactly what we have to do. And all the drivers now know they're turning the brightness up, and the brightness is up for you all as well. This is cool. Now, we did this on accident, by the way. This was not supposed to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put that crowd on their feet. Someone is going to win a tournament championship. Someone's going to win this Dega night race. So let's light the fuse and let them shine bright from Sweet Home, Alabama. Page to the lead on the bottom. Gotta be smart right here. See Lane Sanders already on that outside. Lined up, ready to roll. Sanders, Walker, everyone tiptoeing their way through. They know it's just a 30-lap race. Swearinger to the outside. Now Page on the bottom. Has Max Swearinger and company rolling around. Look at the sparks just fly off these machines. Gotta love it. That's so cool. Chad Thurnquist. Lined up down near the bottom. Swearinger, I believe, led that lap. No, it was Lovett. Sparks flying left and right. And it just looks cool. I mean, that's supposed to be calling this race. I'm just loving the way this has come out. 29 to go. River Page on the outside. Line to Braden Lovick. Carlos Truther. Line in on the bottom. That's with Max Swearinger. Sun setting completely. Truther lost the rear end. Gets it back collected. Braden Lovick will lead this lap. Chevy, Toyota, and Ford all inside the top three. It's all come together. These guys are doing exactly what they need to do. Oh, James Thurston shuffling around. Carlos Truther has company behind him. Every driver on every row just struggling to hold on to these machines. Brian Donahue with an issue. Stuck in the middle, now no problem. Swearinger in the third. Continues to make up that time. Braden Lovick on the outside lane will lead this lap. And we're gonna let the viewers know right now if it's struggling to get any type of view on how it looks, let us know. We're gonna continue to turn the brightness up on the stream. Lovick, Swearinger, River Page. Page to the outside, Moss Stellar there in fourth. Carlos Truther in sixth on the bottom side with his machine. 27 to do it. Max has got to be smart right here. If it's tough for us to see, it's for sure tough for them to see. Runs down to the bottom. Oh man, just like those moonshining days. A fast enough car that you can get to outrun the law, and you usually did it under the darkness, and you didn't have any lights to go ahead and work with. 26 to go. Now this could go caution free. A lot of these guys know it could end under darkness if we get too many cautions. Lovick, your leader. Max Swearinger in second. Carlos Truther to the bottom of the racetrack. He's wheel to wheel. 25 laps to go. Swearinger swipes slow. Wheel to wheel with the 42. Carlos Truther still in view. Something's got to work right here. Mose on the bottom. Josh Kenyon, Lane Sanders. Trying anything and everything to make this thing work. And Max is lined in as well. As your race leader, 25 coming to 24 laps to go. And remember, they still got a tournament. Oh, so man, a huge hit there for Braden Lovick. No, that was for Daniel Mosteller. Couldn't see under the lights for a moment. And he destroyed the entire right side of his 87. He's going to loop it in the grass, so they're not going to get a caution for it. Nailed the entire right side. Lovick to the middle. Still got Max on that outside lane. He's squeezing that sixth machine. 24, 23 laps to go. Lovick to the middle. New race leader. Oh man, this is getting tougher and tougher to see right now. That sun, for the most part, has completely set And this is with a bright +7 brightness. Some of these drivers are now saying they're struggling to see what's in front of them, but we're keeping this green. We want to see the checker flag. Mavic, your leader. There's Truther. This crowd is not settling down. Truther at the bottom, Mavic in the middle. 23, 22 laps to go. That's a huge mistake there. And a Dana Mosteller, his race might be done. This is what it looks like from 10th. Right on with Dana Walker. And this is what it looks like with the gyro cam. Way out of the gas. James Thurston has worked his way up the third. William Schmidt has worked his way to the lead. Top, bottom, looking for a way through. Oh, Chad Thornquist. Does he save it? No, he does not. Trouble turn 1. 6, 7, maybe 8 car pileup. And the caution will wave with 21 to go. Now, there's no real way to hold on. A lot of those guys are struggling. That's Barbagallo on your screen. Well, things got dicey, and they got dicey quick. And we had to throw the caution for it. One caution in the books so far, 20 laps to go. Let's go ahead and take a look back on it. Interesting indeed. Now watch Thornquist here. Just lost that rear end, man. There's just no way of saving it. Came back up the track and put too many guys in a bad situation. Michael Gudger was involved, and the drivers that came down came right back up, and when the sparks continued to fly, there was just no way for us to keep this race green. Well, we're obviously under a lot of night lighting. For the viewers watching back at home, this is a very unique time to watch a Talladega race, but we got to continue to turn the brightness up, so this is what we're going to do. This is just a precaution. We're going to put it to all darkness now. We're still here. You didn't go anywhere. I'm turning it up to the max setting of brightness. The max setting right now, but I didn't go ahead and come back to myself just because of a possible blink out. So this is the brightest it's gonna be on iRacing. Wow, that is ugly. Okay, we may have to go ahead and rethink that. Brake rotors are glowing hot. Let's try this again. Maybe we don't go to the brightest setting. Maybe we go just a little bit lower. Trying to make sure everything is in an orderly fashion to the most part. But man, it has gotten so dark out here. It is very tough really to make certain things work. And we're just making sure we're playing with the brightness, the contrast, everything in between. We think that's about a good deal right there. It is royally dark out. We're not going to do this as a halfway race. I want this to go green, so we're going to go ahead and throw the 1 to go this time by. We have to go right away so these drivers know what the deal is. Steely, Schmidt, everything in between. We had to make it all dark just for a moment. But we're ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen. This is not over whatsoever. Let's go green. And for the viewers back at home, it is so tough to watch. It's making it pixelated on their side because of how dark it is. We are not calling it. Schmidt wants me to call it because he knows he's the leader. That's another thing. If we have to call the race early, the championship will come down to where they finish off of darkness. We're going to ask the viewers. Do we call it early? Yeah, that's so weird. I want to point out, I did not put it to this darkness. I know for sure I didn't. They wouldn't have let me, I think, start it without giving me some type of warning. It must have completely skipped over what the lighting was supposed to be. It was not supposed to be this time at all. Let's try this again. Thornquist hoping for a call. Should we say Schmidt because he knows he'll win the title? 18 laps to go. Huge pull away from the rest of the field. Balderas in third. You got Movic there in second. Movic to the lead. Balderas to the middle. Oh, Brandon Movic humping over to the inside. Lance back on all fours. No change. No wreck. Fully, we stay green. Wow. And they know this race can be also called at any moment. 18 to go, 17 to go. Trouble again. Sean Conklin, William Schmidt and others. Now the caution will be forced to wave, and that could be the race. Closing out halfway. River Page, the race leader. Walker, Thurston, Shamela and Truther. And it took a whole bunch of drivers out. Yeah. I just want to point out, I know for sure I did not set it to this lighting. Unreal. I've never had a race like this before. And it started with that 33 getting right into the 88. And that's all she wrote. Watch it again. Yeah, it's getting difficult for some of these guys to clearly see. Sean Conklin really nowhere to go. He saw James Thurston in 29 just get tagged. Was trying to hold on to it. We are past, when we get past the halfway point of this race, once I can't fully see, that's when we have to call it. Because I know if I can't fully see, these other guys possibly can't fully see. So we're at 16 to go. They have stayed out. We will be getting the one to go here. Oh, we'll be getting the one to go next time by. So they'll be getting it with 15 laps to go in the race, and then we'll restart with 14. Next flag could end this thing. You got to keep that in mind. The next flag could very easily end this race. Now, I can still see perfectly to a degree. I can see to a degree. Let me just not go ahead and say that. I can see this 93, I can see the 6, I can see the 39. The problem really will come down to, can the viewer see? And it's so weird because the lighting was perfect, right? When I'm the one that saw that, for the duels, for whatever reason, it just completely skipped over into the nighttime. And I know for sure, I'm gonna go check later on to see what the timing was. It just completely ran way past. We're supposed to drop the green flag at 3 o'clock local time in the simulator. Oh, it's gotten a lot worse, ladies and gentlemen. That might be it. Now I can't see at all. Oh man, I'd hate to do it at this one. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Drivers have said it is completely pitch blackout. So, for the first time ever in NR Night in America, a race will be called due to darkness. We cannot let this go on for any longer. But the Super Speedway Championship is not done. Max Swearigan has won this race. We're going to give half points to the top 12. Half points will be awarded to the top 12 at the conclusion of this race. So when they cross the start-finish line, the race is all official. They cannot see anymore. So, what do I mean by it's not done? Pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. we're going to have race 5 be the finale for the Super Speedway Shootout. And we're going to go to... Where are we going to go? I don't know where we're going to go, but we got to go somewhere. We got to go somewhere. The race is called Max Swearengin has won the first ever night shortened race in NR Night in America. Unbelievable. William Schmidt in second. And we'll see actually where it was at the time of caution. At the time of caution, that will determine where these drivers were. So the race is over. The race is official. We're going to award half points to the drivers in the top 12 at the time of caution. So the championship has not been decided just yet. Race 5 will automatically happen tonight, and it will be at a super speedway, and it will be for the Super Speedway Shootout. We tried. I don't even know what to say. It's dark here too. I don't even know what to say. I have never seen anything like this in my life. But we just ended the race. Max Swearengin is your race winner. We're going to go half points. So the top 12 at the time of the lighting. But the other thing is, what there's a scoring error, how does we work that? So I might actually think maybe we just give it to the race winner. If we give the points just to the race winner, we would give maybe like 3 points to Max Swearengin. We're going to have to see how we work this. There's going to be a huge way of working this. Myrtle Beach is next. We will automatically have a race 5 here tonight. Do keep that in mind. So we're going to work the points now. We're going to ask everyone to advance the session. Everyone to leave. It's over. We're probably going to have to go to iRacing Super Speedway. I think we're going to have to. But the viewer's going to vote on the race 5. So it's going to be a Super Speedway. What Super Speedway do we run? That's the real question. I have never had a race end under darkness. So that's a first. And we've had night races at Talladega. So we're going to have a race 5. We're going to do Myrtle Beach next. Myrtle Beach is next. I do want to point that out. Max Swear. Well, let's go talk to your race winner. Because Max won. Wow. We voted no, but we couldn't see. I couldn't see. The second I couldn't see the track, that's when I knew it became a problem. I want to go check the lighting here in just a moment. This has to be the wildest thing I have ever seen. Max Swearengin, it's a Johnny got a copy.
Yeah. Hi. I don't know what to say, really.
First time winner of a rain, not a rainstorm, a darkness race. A race due to darkness.
It's very interesting. I just
What was your strategy there? You just stayed out, right?
Yeah. You had like 2 laps on tires. I felt fine, but
oh man,
I couldn't see. Like genuinely, I had during that first.
So this is what happened with us adding the heats. It went ahead and moved everything an hour earlier. Originally, the start time of the feature was supposed to be 3:55, with the sun setting at 4:38. The heats pushed it a full hour in-game early without us seeing it and without us getting a notification for it. That's what happened. So
yeah. Also, it was set in the month of December too, so that also affected it.
Right.
I checked the in-race time. So.
Well, we're heading to Myrtle.
Yeah, I'm not doing Myrtle. My head's killing me.
The real question is now, what do we do for this championship? So
I say we make ice here. Let me.
Did you disqualify all the drivers? That's the real question.
I already left, so I can't do that.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to see what those points are. We're gonna have to probably disqualify all those points for the end, and then figure it out from there.
I was just gonna say maybe do race 5 as the finale, like you make race 5.
I think race 5 is gonna be the finale of it for sure. We're gonna put the Myrtle Beach session up in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting that stuff lined up now. The real question is now, how do we do the rest of this? That's the big thing.
Demos is lying. I did not pay John anything. That's a false statement. I see you typing over there, Demos.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of embarrassed. I did not want that thing to end under darkness.
Yeah, neither did I. It was fun and do it like
the second I saw the wreck, I was like, oh no. Like I was really hoping for it to go green. But once again, we said it before, you never know what you're gonna get at Enter Night, right? But at least for the viewers, we're gonna pay it off. We're automatically gonna have a race 5. No guarantee on a race 6 though, but it's gonna be at a super speedway. And I know viewers love late night super speedways. So what I'm thinking is we just have a 25 lap dash somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere. What do the
Gen
points
4.
look like right now? Did they count that race for points? I'm hoping they disqualify everyone.
Let me take a look. I can look
I'm
here
really
right now.
hoping they disqualify everyone.
Seasons. We're in season 2, right?
Who was in second and who was in third? That was the real question as well.
Schmitty was second. Brian Donahue or Frank was third.
Okay.
I can go back and look at the stream.
I don't want to make it too rambunctious. We might just give the winner the win, right? Just the points. We might just give the winner the points and then do a race after that. So what I'm thinking is I give you half points because you didn't have any points to begin with, I don't think.
No,
so it really just cancels out. You'll just have an opportunity at winning the tournament now, if I'm not mistaken.
No, how many points do I get then if I win?
You get half points, so half of 15, 7.5.
That means
you get 7.5 points.
I would be in 22nd in the points, John. I wouldn't even win the championship.
You should be.
Oh, I have a really good idea. I have a really good idea for race 5. Can I say it?
Go for it. The viewers have to vote.
Okay, hear me out, viewers. So Moon Car has a Gen 4 setup.
And we've used it.
We have used it. You want to do that with 30 laps at Dega in the daytime? The longer you drive,
we gotta do Talladega again. I don't want to leave the Talladega guys hanging. We'll make sure we don't screw that up, obviously.
Man.
Wow. Okay, I think that might be it right there. 2007 car?
2005 car.
2005 car, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Well, Myrtle Beach is up. It'll be a 60-lap race, a short track shootout there for the truck series. Max, let's see how we do this. The winner, I think maybe the winner should deserve full points. Let's see. Hold on. Did they count?
I'm not a fan of that. I think half points should be.
Let me see this. Hold on. I'm looking through this again. Super Speedway Shootout, Season 3. What are the points of that? I hope they did not destroy the points. Okay. The points have not been destroyed. Everyone left, which is great.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do
I don't think
is...
it would have counted then.
Yeah, so that means they didn't count it. So we're good. So we will now have the final race of the Super Speedway Shootout after this Myrtle Beach race. It will be after the Myrtle Beach race. So Myrtle Beach is up. Passwords IDK, you can join on in. It's a quick 60-lap shootout. Then we go to Talladega, and that's what's going to make the difference right there. Wow. This is interesting.
No duels for race 5, please. Just do like 2 laps of Q.
So we're going to add points. You got 7.5 points. We're going to make the adjustment.
Yay! I'm so happy now.
And now we're going to look at the standings. Max, you jump up.
To 22nd.
No. Actually, they have you jumping up to 9th. So you will have a championship opportunity. You already had 4 points before. So you are now in the championship hunt with your night shortened race.
Oh.
So Max Swearingen now becomes the 19th different driver to mathematically have a shot at winning the Super Speedway Shootout. You're 9th in points. You're the only one getting points from it because I couldn't get second on back. I could not get second on back at all because everyone started moving around and then people were arguing for positions. But I know who won. It was you. So that's how we're going to do it. We will have 19 drivers going for the shot at glory. Congratulations on the win. Would you like to say anything to anyone back at home? This is a very unique win. I take it very well.
Well, I want to shout out my new team, Goose Motorsports. I'm doing racing with them next year, so this is for them. My buddies Chase and Patrick, everyone PCR, Team TCB. Thanks for coming out and watching this stream. It's the last one of the year.
We said it was going to be a unique night. This has been a very unique night. Daytona started out very sketchy at first, right? At first glance, not the best. And then it got better at the second half. Sebring was fantastic. Oh, man. Oh, I just love Sebring. Amazing racetrack. Race 3, a night short in Talladega race. And I remember before the race, I put out on tweets on Dega Night Race live now. And I'm waiting for the quote retweet saying that we had to end it under darkness. I can't believe we've had to do that. But you know what? That just adds to the greatest moments of 2023, right?
Yeah, that definitely goes on there, man. That definitely
Without
goes
a doubt.
up there.
So Myrtle Beach is up. Passwords IDK, ladies and gentlemen, a 60-lap race, beating and banging on a short track. Then we'll get the Super Speedway finale right after that.
Wait a second. I'm going to shout out William, I think it's Schmidt. I think Schmidt's birthday's tomorrow. I could be wrong. It's someone in PCR's birthday's tomorrow, so whoever it is, wish them happy birthday. I forget who it is.
Happy birthday, William Schmidt. Let's point that out. We're going to head in there right away because we want to get this in so we can get that super speedway race done. That's the big thing. We got to get it in. So let's get this Myrtle Beach race in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into Myrtle. We're going to get this race in because that was the scheduled time. We will have enough truck drivers for it. This has been a fun night. I want to point out, it's been a wacky, wild night, but it's been... Hold, ladies and gentlemen, hold. We're just having issue after issue after issue tonight. We're hoping to get it all resolved. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Now the network went offline. Wow. And they're throwing everything at us tonight, man. They're throwing everything at us tonight. Yeah, it's interesting. I said the other day, I'm like, wow, we haven't had a stream issue in quite a while. And they're just throwing everything at us, and man, this is unbelievable. Stream is alive. Stream is alive. I can't believe this. This has been one heck of a night. They're throwing everything and anything at us. Been a crazy night, but we're going to get it in. We're going to just keep on rolling, right? We're just going to keep on going. Myrtle Beach, next on the list. Next for us to go ahead and race with. As we get ready to go green. So the lights do shine bright for Myrtle Beach as we get ready to go green. We love Myrtle. We talked about Myrtle possibly having a e-ticket event somewhere in the future. And we still believe that. We still believe Myrtle Beach could be on the block to go ahead and get one. It's one of the more favorite grassroots short tracks in NR9, usually because it produces fantastic racing. This is under a hosted for the ones that are wondering. And we will be ready to try it once again. Let's go green. Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Yeah, I'm heading out in the morning, so it's been already an interesting night. But this is how you go out, right? You go out with a little bit of fun, and you know, all talk is better than no talk, in my opinion. I'm happy we have a lot of viewers and drivers talking. We're gonna advance right to qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, right into qualifying, so we're wasting no time. Let's get ready to go green. Welcome to the beach. As we get ready to roll in our night in America, fueling victories all year long. So that overhead shot shows the machines, Carson Freeman. Getting ready to roll his way out. Yeah, we literally went to the point that you couldn't see at all. So qualifying is underway here from Myrtle Beach as we get ready to ride. Douglas Dubing and company are now heading onto the racetrack. Braden Lovick, Carson Freeman, and others. As we get ready to go green. Well, let's go ahead and ask you all down below. Vote Race 5. It's going to be a super speedway. 2007 Legacy Daytona. Setup. 2007 Talladega. Setup. COT Daytona. No, COT iRacing Super Speedway. or Trucks New Atlanta. Go ahead and vote. Drivers rolling around, getting their laps, last laps in. There's Brandon Movick, Alexander Schumacher. Puts it into his stall. Devins Baker and others. CJ Allman with 2 minutes left of Q. Allman rolling his way through the center. Devins Baker sits there 13th. Braden Movick sits there in that 3rd position. Oh, Schmidt's got a big thing. He says multiple drivers don't own iRacing super speedways. How is Trucks New Atlanta winning? I can't believe that one. That's wild. I was going to say 2007 Talladega. COT iRacing Super Speedway is winning. You got to remember, a lot of drivers do not own iRacing Super Speedway. That is true. I do want to point out, it is cool 2007 Talladega and Daytona. I was going to say 2007 Talladega. Lane Sanders, Daniel Mosteller, Joseph Armstrong lined up as we get ready to go battling at the beach. I would say Trucks over iRacing Super Speedway. That's me personally. Let's get ready to go green. Toyota, Chevy, lined up, ready to roll. There's already arguments in the chat on what the voting's gonna be. Well, start voting, let it rip. I think Trucks would be better than iRacing Super Speedway. I think Talladega or Daytona would be better than the bottom two personally. I think 2007 Talladega setup would be sweet, just because we didn't get a full Talladega race. It'd be 25 laps. So for the ones that came in for Talladega would still get Talladega. So that's just my opinion. Let's get ready to go green. So, Trucks here from Myrtle Beach. Get ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to go green. Myrtle Beach, always a blast, always a lot of fun. And now we get to see it under the lights once again and at our night in America. Joel Rodriguez, Douglas Newbiggie, Barbagallo. Lined up, ready to try it again. Let's go green for the beach. And let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Daniel Mosteller, Joseph Armstrong, Braden Movic and Joel Rodriguez. That's your fast four. As we get ready to let it rip from Myrtle Beach. Light the fuse from South Carolina. Joe on the outside, already looking for a way around that 87. Most the hard drive off turn 2. Now he'll easily come back around and lead lap number 1. Movic to third. Rodriguez, Schmidt, wheel to wheel, Schmidt on the outside. Donahue trying to make up that ground. Oh, the 7 machine on the bottom. Douglas Newbigging. Couldn't get it to Ryan. Schmidt lined up there with Braden Movic. The third and fourth are all lined in, nose to tail down that bottom. Joel Rodriguez is in that rear. One sliding to the inside. That might have been River Page. Lost the rear end, put it to the inside wall. Mosteller leads over Joseph Armstrong. Braden Movic still under fire from that 79. One car spin. Three, four drivers under a blanket. Movic third, Schmidt fourth, Aiden Walker in fifth. All 5 of these drivers have a rich history of doing well in the short tracks in NR, but all chasing the Daniel Mosteller 87. Demos has just got it made. He knows how quick he is. He knows he can just get that drive back down off corner exit a lot quicker. This will be the battle for second. Armstrong, Braden Movic. Movic looking for a way through that 22, but doesn't want to use the bumper. At least it's early, you know, lap 7 out of 60. This is technically a sprint race. Almost a Saturday night feature, per se. Usually those are 50 to 100 laps, but we got it at 60 right now. A lot of these drivers just looking for a great opportunity and a great opening to make something work. Schmitty. Oh, running that bottom, still nowhere to run. That's the thing about Myrtle Beach, it's all about limbo, right? How far can you go to the bottom without A, hitting that inside wall, and B, not lifting the driver up in front of you? Armstrong in second, 5, now 6 the difference. Braden Movic in third, 8, maybe 6, maybe 7 the difference now. Continues to shuffle around, lap 9 out of 60. No one has caught Daniel Mosteller. Next time by, just 50 to go. Sanders in 10th. Joseph Armstrong in second, wreck in the rear, caution's gonna wave. Had to do with Devins Baker. Devin attempted to qualify for the Drive Smart California 500. Didn't really go his way, but he's having a lot of fun racing at our night in America. I don't think he was very happy about this wreck. Let's take a look. Shumi was not getting that drive off that he wanted, but I wouldn't be surprised if it starts with Leighton Sanders right here. Oh, has nothing to do with it. CJ Allman. Going right around. He was battling hard here with Schumacher. Trunks at Myrtle Beach. Always a lot of fun to see what they can go ahead and do. Rolling their way through. Yeah, Schumacher just got right in the back end of them, and some of these guys just couldn't slow down quick enough. So the caution will wave for the first time. I know a lot of viewers are asking for maybe a redraw to get rid of Daytona and just say Talladega, and we might do that here on the voting. So what we're going to do is we'll get rid of Daytona, and this will be the voting. Whatever happens in the voting happens in the voting. So there'll be no Daytona. It's just Talladega, iRacing Super Speedway, and New Atlanta with that new setup, just so you all can go ahead and vote it out. So keep that in mind. Nothing is confirmed yet. The voting will still go on. Well, it's been a fun night. And we will allow the voting to happen this time by as we get ready to go green. Chevy, Chevy, Chevy. Toyota lined in, lap 40, or should we say 47 laps to go, but we don't have to be as quick as we were last time because we have lights here at the Myrtle Beach Speedway, so we can take our time getting things rolling, let the viewers start voting in the live chat once again as we get ready to go back green. So we'll get the one to go next time by. It'll be 45 laps to go this time, 44 laps to go in the race. Barbagallo, Joseph Armstrong, Aiden Walker, William Schmidt, Douglas Nabiggy, Aiden McConaughey, Joel Rodriguez, Lane Sanders, Tobias Matheson, and Alexander Schumacher will be those final drivers ready to go at it. Lights off. And we will go back 2 by 2. Ladies and gentlemen, time to go green. So from night lighting going out, is it a full moon out today? Let's see if it's a full moon in Nashville. Would not be surprised with how things have gone. Oh wow, would you look at that? It's a full moon in Nashville, Tennessee, where our headquarters are. We're broadcasting the race. No wonder we've had so much wacky things go on. 45 to go. Mavic under fire, Barbagallo and Armstrong. And just trying to get that second lane. You can see Barb blinking on the bottom. View to wheel now for second. 43 to do it. Three wide behind him. Schmidt stuck in the middle. Walker back side by side. Everyone trying to chase down Mosteller. Not worry about this battle right here. Schmidt has not been able to get off that second lane whatsoever. And you continue to see Joseph Armstrong continue to fight the good fight back to the bottom. Looking, peeking, still looking for that opportunity. Armstrong, a nice swipe there of Aiden McConaughey. 41 laps to go, come to 40 this time by. Mavic in second, Barbagallo in third, Barb up near the outside wall, Schmidt back to the bottom. Armstrong, Walker, back nose to tail. Mavic looking for that opportunity. 39 laps to go. Schmidt and Barbagallo. Armstrong on the bottom. Oh man, that big tight move to the inside. Barb thought about it, wanted it. 39 laps remaining. And you see Mavic making up that time back to Mosteller. This is going to be a tight battle nonetheless. We've seen these two drivers do great things in the past. We know they'll continue to do great things into the future. I mainly worry about what can Schmidt do if these two go side by side. That's going to be the big difference maker, because if Mavic jumps to the bottom, Demos is going to tighten up. He's going to do everything he can to try to keep that driver at bay. And the more you see wheel to wheel up front, the more in third, fourth, and fifth really come together. So keep that in mind as this race continues. 37 to go. Down to 36, lap traffic. Becoming a big, big issue. Mudvik P2, Schmidt P3, Armstrong, Walker 4, 5, 35 laps to go. Most to the bottom, hugging that inside wall. He's another one that just knows how to make that inside lane work consistently. Race in, race out. And what can Mudvik do now to close the gap? 34 to go. Schmitty P3. Mudvik in second. Now just a 3/6 difference with a driver in front of him. Demos has just been on rails right now. Holding his own, has to find a way around Schumacher. Looks to the bottom. 32 laps to go for Myrtle Beach. Mudvik's closed in. Schmidt back to a 1/6 under fire from Armstrong. .32 to go. And Joe's been fighting that bottom lane. You can just see him trying to get underneath that Schmidt machine. Schumacher outside wall. Mudvik to the bottom. Daniel Mosteller has just come out here and laid down that hammer, staying out in front of that 42 machine. 30 to go. Schmitty, P4. Right with Armstrong. See Joe going right back down to that inside. So Armstrong sneaks on through. He's a driver that knows how to win on the long runs. Just under 2 seconds back from first to second. Joe still an opportunity to close. Now down to a 1.9, maybe a 1.8. Mudvik's lost touchdown with Demos. 1 point was about a 2 back. Now half a second the difference between both Chevrolets. I think Mudvik struggled a little bit more though around Alexander Schumacher. That was a big difference maker. When Schumi started playing that pressure, that 42, that's when things really started to change. But Demos still has 2 lap machines out in front of him that could be a big difference maker in the outing of this run. Looks to the bottom. Lines up nose to tail. Finds his way around. Lined up again. Now lap machine separates first and second. Mudvik, the drive to the inside. Makes the ground up. Now 4, maybe the difference between first and second. Lap machine's out of the way. Back downstairs, wheel to wheel. Demos, Armstrong, Schmidt, Walker, McConaughey, New Biggie, Barbagallo, Joel Rodriguez. 25, now 24 to do it. We got 24 laps to go here. A lot of guys still going for that big move. Braden Mudvik. 23 to go. And he's still about 4 back. That's the big thing. Showing what he can do. Joseph Armstrong back there in third. William Schmidt back there in fourth. 23 laps to go. Now down to 22. Mudvik. Gap closing in, back to the bottom. Half a second the difference between first and second. Armstrong, there's Schmidt. Schmidt wheel to wheel with Hayden Walker. Remember the ones coming in, wondering what happened with Talladega. The duels accidentally made the session go an hour quicker, which made the session go ahead and be a complete night race. It caught us completely off guard. So what we're doing is we'll automatically have a race 5 here tonight. You, the viewers, get to vote on it. That's going to be 2007 Talladega. I know a lot of you guys want Talladega back. 20 to go. Losing touch on that 87. Demos down to the bottom. Schmidt under fire. Aiden Walker. There's that run right back to the inside. 19 to go. Will be 18 to go now. Demos pulling away from Ubik. Armstrong, still hanging tough. I mean, he hasn't really left that 2-second margin. Gonna have to laugh, you know, he's been putting all that work in, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh man, I really haven't moved. I haven't lost speed, or I really haven't gained speed. So that's where Joe is right now, kind of just stuck in no man's land. He's been finding that 1.9 and 2 seconds back very consistently. Now he's close into Braden Movic, which is great. But he needs Demos to have some type of mistake, because that 87 has just got it nailed to the ground. 16 to go. 4 seconds back, still the battle for third. 6th and 7th, oh, that's under fire. Aiden McConaughey. Douglas Newbigging. Doug, a great driver in NR Night in Americas, won a couple races. I love that logo on the back end of his car. He races on the dirt tracks in the Northeast. For the ones that do not know, with NR Night in America, you never know who's racing. We've had Craftsman Truck Series drivers race. We've had ARCA drivers race. We had Pro Late Model drivers race. Super Late Model driver races. Race, should we say. Street stock drivers come in and race. Late Model stock drivers come in and race. UMP modified drivers race, dirt late models, sprint car drivers. We've had everything in between. Then we've had just your NR Night Warriors come in. Your eSport drivers, moment goes around. And a loop-de-looping pole. He's gonna get it back refired, but we'll lose sight at the 2nd place position. Drops back to 7th. Just Sunbound Trucks as Moss Stellar pulls away to a 2-1 lead, 13 to go. Okay, now what? That's what you got to start asking. What's he going to take for Joseph Armstrong? What's he going to take for Aiden Walker? What about William Schmidt, Douglas Newbigging? McConaughey sitting in 6th. Doug to the back end there of William Schmidt. Braden Movic there in 7th. Bob Gallo there in 8th. 10 laps to go for Myrtle Beach. It's been a struggle bus for a lot of these guys. The real question now is, what is it going to take for these guys to just make it work? Demos, Joseph Armstrong, Aiden Walker. Doug Newbigging lined up with William Schmidt. Schmitty, a crossover move. He thought about it, looked right back to that bottom. Loves the look, loves the peak, but not enough to really work with. That's still the battle for third. Joseph Armstrong, once again closing that gap in. Oh, never mind. Keeps it about even with the 2 seconds and the 1.9 margin. Has not been able to break that barrier, and all these lap machines now in between him and Mossar is going to make it a lot harder for them to have some type of last push. Aiden Walker in 3rd, Douglas Newbigging in 4th, William Schmidt in 5th, McConaughey, Movic in the outside wall. He's basically done. Joseph Armstrong, Daniel Mosteller, 7 to go. Joe on the bottom, trying to close that gap in. Demos, high and mighty, 5 laps to go for Myrtle Beach. Joe back to 1-9, still no change. 5 to go. 4 to go this time by. As all Demos right here. So a 1 caution race, had a little bit of pressure from behind at some point, but really didn't go ahead and make the big difference. Now the question is, does he carry this momentum into the final race of the night? 3 to go, lap traffic in front of the 87. Lapper on the outside, finds his way through. Devins Baker, next in line. Right to the bottom, the Rackley Roofing 25. Next in tow, 2 laps to go for Daniel Mosteller. Joe, 1-9 back, finally got it back on his high horse, down to a 1-7, a 1-6. But won't be too far back as he is just able to get it back going. Let it ring, Talladega, 1 to go from South Carolina. Wasn't the fastest driver in the first 2 races, but he knows how to go to victory lane. He will just not stop winning. We'll love to carry this momentum into 2024. Daniel Mosteller, victorious from Myrtle Beach. Armstrong second, New Bigging third. McConaughey, that's the fight here with William Schmidt. Schmidt gets loose, holds on to 4th. McConaughey finishes 5th. Marmacalo, P6. And that's how it will end. Fun race. And a calm race before the big storm of being race 5. I want to point out that Talladega race will only be 25 laps. 25 lap shootout to go ahead and end the night. Mosteller victorious. Let's go speak with your winner. Well, we get to see how this all goes down at our Night in America, feeling victories all year long. 1 race left. That's all it's going to come down to as we get ready to talk to Demos just one more time. Mo, Sister John, you got a copy? Let's go ahead and see if we can get him one more time. Demos, Sister John, you got a copy?
What's up?
What's up, my man? Well, a calm race. You know, I'm starting to see a pattern here. Race 1, wild, chaotic. Race 2, etiquette, class. The highest class road course race you'll ever get in NR. Race 3, it got dark. Quickly. No pun intended. And race 4, pretty smooth. Ready for race 5 is the real question.
What is race 5, Jonathan Ramos?
Talladega 2007 setup with the Gen 4.
That's not that bad considering the options. I like that.
It's still for the tournament, by the way. The tournament is not done. We brought in an extra race just because of the Talladega night race getting a little too dark. So the real question I gotta ask you is, are you excited?
Oh, absolutely. I love. I don't know what the hell I'm saying right now. Oh, shoot, my bad. I've done the 07 setup at Dega before in moon car races, and it's a lot of fun. It's just like that Daytona race we had.
Same setup.
In my opinion, it drove better at Daytona, but Dega, it was also really fun. It's really gonna it's gonna be a race where skill, matters. And usually on super speedways, it's all about luck. And I'll always say that you don't need any skill for a super speedway. Well, actually,
that is so wrong. You can't be any more wrong as a person. You don't need any skill for a super speedway.
Remember 2021? I was the super speedway king. That took no skill. It's just
Really?
positioning yourself. That's it.
Doesn't
all
it
luck,
take
too.
skill to understand where you have to be? Doesn't it take knowledge?
I was
Knowledge-
racing
isn't
against
knowledge a
rookie class
skill-
People.
isn't
No one
kno-
was good in 2021.
Who's talking about 2021? We're talking about now.
Aw. Okay. What do you
You
think
are
about super
100%
speedways?
wrong, by the way.
What do you think about super speedways?
Why does
What
the
do you
same
think?
drivers continue to win super speedway races? And why do
Because
the
we can't
same
make it
guys?
past-
Well, then why do the same guys that say it's all about skill and luck continue to make the same mistakes and continue to go ahead and lose races? Why is it the same guys that miss the duels? They miss the qualifying. Why is it the same guys getting caught up in other people's messes? Why is it the same guys that think they can run in the back all day and somehow spring forward because it's luck and it never works?
You said a lot right there, so I'm going to talk about the Myrtle Beach race. That was a really fun race. That was a really fun race.
I could get very politician on you, by the way. I just want to point that I could get into a debate quickly. I've debated in the past. This is not a first for me.
It's a lose-lose situation for me. But back to this race, it was a lot of fun. Braden Movic was really fast. I guess he spun out late in the going, and I don't know if you caught it or not. Yeah, he self-spun once, and then I guess he wrecked again, same spot.
He's been having the no good, very bad day. Good the last
my
2
heart
days.
was
I saw what
racing.
happened at the Drive Smart race.
Yeah, Team Purple 1, 2, 3, 4. How about
we're
that?
just the greatest team. People are. I saw some people getting annoyed that I got very cocky with him. I'm like, there's a reason why I picked NR drivers only, right? Like,
Yeah,
come on.
we were-
There has to. The chemistry is unmatched. Like, we were in there an hour before, just letting it rip. Like, come on. Like, you just can't match our moxie.
Yeah, it's the dream team. It's a lot of talented drivers, and you know, Joe was really fast this race. He was fast in the Drive Smart race too. Speaking of that, you all should watch that. Not next Thursday, but the following Thursday. We're somewhere else on the Drive Smart YouTube channel. And we're currently leading the points as a team.
We are.
So that's pretty awesome. $3,500 for the team, 500 divided up between us. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we got one more race.
Is it 500
maybe
divided
even-
between us? I thought it was 500 each for a second.
It's 500 each. It's like 3,500 in total.
Oh, okay, yeah. So 500 each.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But we got one more race tonight, but I want to do some negotiating. I think the fans want a race 6 for whatever the heck Talladega was.
We'll have to see about that because you should know what's going on behind the scenes right now.
Yeah, if I had to up
Do
till 3
not,
a.m.
do not, no, not even just that. Did you hear what happened even more recently? About a certain massive sponsor wanting to come on and they just want me to make a PowerPoint presentation on what the ROI is and all like the business side of it.
I don't think I've heard about that.
You
but,
haven't? Oh, well, you're going to probably help me with it. Yeah, because while we're getting
okay.
like the clips ready for me to edit the entire video on the flight, I'll be making a PowerPoint presentation in between. So we have to have race 5 be the last one. And for the viewers watching right now, I understand why you'll be disappointed thinking, Sean, I get it, because I get it. I'm a viewer too. I watch NASCAR, I watch sports. Sean, we just had a shortened race, but we also had 2 duels. Demos, we also had 2 duels, right? Keep that in mind. But I don't think that really makes up for it. I'm going to be honest. I'll even say it. I don't think it really makes up for it. We have to end it at race 5 because of all the business stuff we have to do tonight before my flight takes off, because there's no guarantee I'll be in contact with people when I am seeing family. I might be doing business on Christmas Eve, the 26th, 27th, and everything in between. It's going to get wild. If this works, I don't want to say the sponsor that wants to come on, because we've had a lot of great sponsors. I want to point out I am very grateful for Drive Smart. Demos, you can hear this too. Very grateful for Drive Smart, that Drive Smart California 500. I'm very grateful for all the drivers and the viewers that came in. They liked the stream beforehand. They reviewed it on Twitter. They're helping us promote. That event, session is up, by the way. That event alone just set the tone for the future of NR Night with branding, with future events, bigger driver payouts. The drivers have been asking for bigger event payouts for a long time. And I feel like we're definitely in the area now where we have that push forward. Come February, come March, come April, come May, everything in between, you'll be ready to roll. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be really cool. Do not try to guess it. For the ones that know it, it's like a very few amount that know it. It's cool. It would shock you when I tell you. It'll probably shock you, which I'm very excited for. But it would be probably the coolest name for an e-ticket ever if it happens. Like, it's just gonna be like the coolest thing ever. Demos, welcome to my TED Talk.
Yeah. I wanna boast about my things now real quick. I want to thank Team TCB for the motors, you for broadcasting, the viewers for watching back at home. TCB was in my spirit. Yellow rims. That's how I won this race. And shout out to everybody racing. And let's go finish off the year strong.
Heck yeah, my man. It's gonna be an absolute blast. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
So we actually have, it's not just one. I want to point out, I don't want teasing anything because I don't want it to like fall through. I'd hate for this to fall through. We've got, I'll point this out right now, because of how great the Drive Smart California 500 was, right after the event, while I was driving to Knoxville, Tennessee, Nick Lights, how are you doing? I wish to join the final stream. You can join right now. Join the league. Nick Lights, are you in the league? We gotta get Nick Lights. By the way, Nick, if you're at Daytona racing that race, I'm gonna like get a white shirt and I'm gonna like put a Sharpie of like Nick Lights is him. So you will have someone in the stands rooting for you at Daytona. If you're raced in Daytona for the truck race. For the ones that don't know, Nick races in the Crash and Truck Series. Really cool dude, loves racing under night. But I'm telling you, because of how professional that e-ticket was, we have got real brands ready to rock with us, and that's what I'm thankful for. That's why it's cool having Enter Night in Americas, where we can see new talent and see what these guys are really made of, because come the big events, those big blockbuster events, the branding's gonna get better. The broadcasting will continue to thrive and get better. We're always innovating and growing, and with these brands coming on, drivers will have a bigger incentive to race harder, faster, stronger. I can't wait, man. This is gonna be an absolute blast. It's gonna be an absolute blast of a 2024. I'm so excited for it to start. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be an absolute amazing show. Trust me. 2024. Get ready, and get ready for December 26th, because we're gonna have the best of Enter Night, and it's gonna be absolutely fantastic. But this has to be the last race tonight, just because of the great things in the works. Let's get ready to go green. The last Enter Night of 2023. So we're looking at the driver entry, and it's looking pretty stout. It's looking pretty great. Oh, by the way, we're at Talladega with the sun out, by the way, this time. And I'm telling you, I've never been so excited to see sun at Talladega. I just want to point that out. It looks fantastic. So we will get ready to go green on that. You know what? Let's go change the overlays. For the ones staying up late with us, let's change the overlays. What overlay would you guys like to see for this? Let's go TNT. No, this is Talladega. Do we go ESPN? Let's put ESPN on. Let's see if ESPN will work its magic. The only thing about ESPN is going to have all the overlays stuck from Drive Smart. Not really a problem, but it is something that I am going to talk about. Let's see if it works. I believe it has. I need to see other drivers that are in the event. Okay. We're going to go ESPN overlays for this last race. So give us one moment. Go ahead and move some files around, and we will be ready to rock and roll. Move those files around. Making sure everything is good to go. And now we are ready to rock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go trackside from Talladega to get the final race in of the night. So a lot to look at, a lot to look forward to in our night in America. Feeling victories all year long as we get ready to roll just one more time. This will be the final race nonetheless. And for the ones that are wondering also, that I've gotten a lot of questions like, why did I look around the room? What is that? What is that looking around the room stuff? For the ones that don't know, I have now 2 monitors because of the new ATVO overlays. So I'm always doing stuff on one monitor to the next monitor. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. But it's honestly a lot of fun. Let's get ready to go green. Aiden Walker. Lined up, ready to get at it. It's really cool, man, so we get to use these ATVO themes. Always a lot of fun. Now that is going to be a problem there. It still shows Aiden Walker as the 6, so we'll keep that in mind. Then for certain drivers who might not be able to do the onboards for. Brian Donahue. Lane Sanders. Oh, it's because I have the TNT ones up too. Let's go ahead and move that around. The TNT overlays are also embedded. Let's get ready to go green. So 2007 overlays to go ahead and end this night. It's cool about NR. We're going to have multiple different overlays to work with in the future. Reyna, Walker, Sanders, so many others. Lined up, ready to go green. James Thurston. Working his way around. Walker, Gucci. Let's get ready to go green. 2 minutes left to set this field. Now remember, they have to get out of the gas. Wayne Kennedy. Balderas, Contreras. Aiden Walker, Carlos Truther, James Thurston. Braden Movick. That's really cool, man. These guys have got to breathe out of the gas before entering the corner. So 25 laps to see who will win the Super Speedway Shootout Championship. Here from Talladega, this time with the lights on. So we won't be waiting around. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all ends. There's Doug Newbigging. There it is, Coastal number 7. Doug ready to line it on up. Let's get ready to go green. Tobias Matheson, James Thurston, Dale Greenwood, Devins Baker, Brian Donahue. Donahue across the line, goes 20th. Max Swearengin, no time for him just yet. Max done with his lap. Devins Baker, Doug Newbigging in the Coastal number 7. This is it, the final race of the year, the final race of the night. I want to point out James Thurston won the first race of 2023. Does James Thurston win the final race of 2023? Devins Baker, Kenny Reel there in the 20. "17 seconds left. And we still have the Drive Smart warranty ad up there. Let's go ahead and change that back to iRacing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go green. One final time in 2023. So this is the race you've stayed up all night to see as we get ready to ride. Max Swearengin, Jaden Reyna lined up, ready to roll. Aiden Walker, another lineup, getting ready to let this one out. James Thurston, there's Carlos Truther. They're in that 12 machine, lined up, ready to roll. So Truther gets ready to rock and roll. He's sitting on the grid. He's got Aiden Walker to his inside, lower left. Max Swearge and Jaden Reyna, Marcus Vanderlee, and River Page. Some of those drivers with a big opportunity. Mike Lyman, Tobias Matheson, Vincent Gucci, Ethan Vieru. Back there in 15, Barbara Gallo, Marty Shamela. All lined up and ready to go green. Demo still has that 9 machine. Let's get ready to ride. So 35 drivers will be fighting for those final 12 spots in a 25-lap race. Let's go and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Let's ride.
This is real life. Think we play the check. It's my turn to cut the food. Pass the plate. Where my drink? Where's my tape? Lucky you.
Lined up 2 by 2. Time to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have you with us. So, we're back in Dega. And we're going to see who's going to win the Super Speedway Shootout. Time to ride, pace car, the hard left onto pit road. Dodge and Chevrolet lead that field right down for the final time in 2023. Let's roll the dice and light the fuse from Talladega. Most on the outside, there with Truther already shoving their way to turn 1. Truther on the outside. Mosteller losing that speed, down off corner exit. Braden Mummick, a pit start for him. Stayed way back to the rear. Truther's got to make some moves. Looking, shuffling, drivers knowing they're out the brake. Can he reel around? And a single car spin up out of the way. We stay green. That's twice now. Reel's gone spun like right from the get-go. Thurston comes back around. He will lead this lap. Most lined in with him, most of the machines behind, starting to spread out. There's 24 laps to go, got to keep an eye on that top 12. That's going to be the big difference maker tonight. William Schmidt at 12. Where's Balderas? That's the real question. He's up to 8th. Keep an eye on Balderas, keep an eye on a lot of these machines. Thurston on the bottom. Mosteller in the middle, Carlos Truther. lined up, looking for an opportunity. He's got to be smart here. He doesn't want to go out and bang up race cars. 23 to go from Talladega. Oh, I believe that's Laird on the outside lane. Man, he's got to run. No, that might be Marcus Vanderlee. Wrong again. That 14 machine might actually just go ahead and be, I want to say River Page. They changed their paint scheme so much, we can't get a full read on it. No, it's Alexander Balderas, and he's up to 5th. Throttle knows the win here is going to be huge. 3 wide, shuffling, looking 4 behind him. 23 laps to go, comes to 22 laps to go. Drivers swaying, shuffling, looking for a way through. Thurston to the line. He's just being smart right here. He knows he's got to be in position to make bold moves when it matters the most. New big into the bottom. Contreras up into throttle. Keeping it together. This is all or nothing right here. These guys know if you wreck out here, that's your year. You're going to end it on that note. All these guys want to go to victory lane. The real question is, do they have what it takes to go to victory lane? Vincent Gucci riding a 9th. Shuffling, swaying. Someone's going to make that bold move to capture the flag to go to the lead. 22 to go. And how fast are they going in the middle of this pack? Oh, I don't know. Maybe just the leader going 200 miles per hour as they lift off to a 192. This is what looks to be Barbagallo on the outside lane. Now they're just flying right now. They have that thing taped up and ripping. 198, 199, well over 200, but Balderas, or should we say Barbagallo, had to get out of the gas. 201. Thurston, the pride and joy, to the lead on the inside lane. .21 laps to go, comes to 20. Mosteller in the middle. True third company, 20 to go. A lot of movement, a lot of shuffling. Doug Newbigging to 5th. Contreras to 6th. Barbagallo, Vincent Gucci. All trying to make something work. James Thurston up the gut. And the thing is, all these drivers still have a big shot at going to victory lane. Thurston swipes the bow of the 9. Balderas, Mosteller, Newbigging, Barbagallo, what's going to work? There's Newbigging in 5th, trailed by multiple machines. 19 laps to go from Talladega. The thing is, nobody wants to wreck out. They know if you wreck out here, I just said it before, your night is done. And you got well over about 30 guys really just lined up with each other. 25th on back. These are the guys running towards the rear, just trying to stay together instead of harm's way. This is a 24, now 25 car pack. With Braden Lubbock being a lap down, it takes one bad move for something to go bad, and there goes McConaughey. Up into the outside wall. 19 laps to go. Thurston to the bottom. Lined up with Mose. Newbigging. Still trying to get something work. Couldn't get it to work that time by. And Doug would love to go and end this year with a win. James Thurston will love to end the year with how it started, going to victory lane. One in the outside wall, Vietu. Swipe the outside wall, now he drops back. Oh, trouble in the rear, Matheson. Jaden Reyna's well involved, the caution's gonna wave. And that's gonna slow things up, and we'll try it all again. And Tobias Matheson. Jar that went for a slide. Oh no, maybe it was not him. There was definitely some type of incident towards the back half of this field. And there it is, Jaden Reyna. A lot of damage to his 29. Well, let's go take a peek. Yes, it is mainly towards the back half of this field. There's 17 laps to go. Nearly 1 in the morning on the East Coast, 230 watching live. So glad to have you all with us. It's been a fun night of racing, and well, for Jaden Reyna, it's not going to be the way he wants to possibly end this. I think he'll still be able to race, no doubt about it. There's really nothing he could have done after that impact. Let's watch it again. Yeah, so he's kind of just lined in here with Cooper Glick. You see Glick on the outside with that 13 machine. That would be Kevin Ward. He just lost the rear end trying to avoid that 23 machine and come smack down right into the 29. Very unfortunate situation here for Jaden Reyna. So he'll bring it to pit road with a lot of damage. All these other drivers will come on in. Everyone continues to chase the James Thurston Chevrolet. Pit road, it's wide open. Whoa, Pravi Richard. What happened there? No, that's CJ Allman. He got absolutely nailed. I have no idea how that happened. But pit road, it's wide open. Dale Greenwood elected to stay out. Lieben, Thurston, Mosteller is in. Doug Newbigging will win the race off pit road. I mean, Lieben went around to get his lap back. I'm not sure. No, he was on the lead lap, just very far back, so he will restart 1-2. Douglas Newbigging, James Thurston, Mosteller, Balderas, Barb, Truther, Walker, Shamela, and they all work their way back out. Who's still on pit road? We might see the one to go this time by, depending on who needs work on what. There's Jackson Byes. He's getting work on the right side of his machine. Wayne Kennedy is now off and away, so they will all be able to join back to see the green flag this time by. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. The one to go. $15 laps to go in the race. So, one caution. Stacks them all back up 2 by 2. Chevy, Dodge, Chevrolet, everyone is in. Everyone's ready to see what the rest of this race has to offer. A 15-lap dash to victory lane. This is NR Night in America. Crowd on their feet one final time. Pace car in. 2 by 2. Douglas Newbigging leads him down. Lyman jumped right to that outside. I guarantee you some of these drivers said, you gotta go, get out of the way. Older tires, newer tires, that's what makes the difference. Climbing the banking of 1 and 2. Thurston on the outside. He's got a little help. Balderas on the bottom. No, and as long as he stays out in front, he'll have a shot at winning this move. Balderas turns Douglas Newbigging. And Doug will drop like a rock, gets it back, refired, no caution. Wow. If you want to win a title, you're going to have to do a lot more than just wrecking guys. And throttle drops way back to 24th. Most will lead this lap, 14 to go. Look at Contreras on the outside lane. Donahue into the outside wall. Lined up. Truther. Contreras. Looking for an edge. A lot of shuffling going along. A lot of these guys just trying to make something work with what they've got. Mavic outside wall, so is Lyman. Thurston, Truther, chasing Mosteller. 13 laps to go in 2023. All right, where's the magic move? Most to the bottom, Truther in the middle. Two by two, down off corner exit. Contreras trying desperately to make something work on the outside. It's going to be a 2x2 race now. Putting all the way back to the checker flag. If they keep this thing green, these tires are going to be absolutely riddled. How about the driver on the outside, Max Swearengin? To the outside of Shimela. We have not seen the big one here tonight thus far. And that spread out pack makes some worrisome. Mose on the bottom. Truther on the outside lane. James Thurston, Marty Shimela trying to make something work. There's Asher Hansen in 8th. There's Marcus Vanderlee, Dominic Barbagallo, 3 wide, Truther, Mosteller, Truther to the middle. Truther looking for the lead. Mosteller taking it back on the bottom. Doug Newbigging going 1 lap down. I'd worry if I'm Balderas right here, because I don't think he's just sitting up there ready to go lap down. I think he's looking for someone. Oh, Mavic puts Contreras in the outside wall after avoiding Balderas. And Aladom just nailed the entire right side of his 38. Way off the pace. 11 to go. Ford, Dodge again. Mosteller in second. 2 by 2, 11, coming to 10 laps to go. Truther's just got to be smart on that bottom side. You can see him lined in there with that 9. Oh, Demos running up the track, keeping it at bay. How about Marcus Vanderlee? Vanderlee to the middle. He's got to get something to just stick to the center of that corner. He's been struggling on holding that car together. Do we go out with a bang, or how do things go for the rear? Truther on the bottom, Shimela in the middle. Max Swearengin still 3 wide. Yeah, Throttle's trying everything. He's just desperately moving through this field. He's got to get out in front of William Schmidt. That's the big taker here. No change. 9 to go. And Schmidt has what it takes to get his second Super Speedway Shootout victory. Schmidt's in 7, Balderas is in 10th. If it ended right now, Max Swearengin might be the champion, because he's there in 3rd and he would get those bonus points. Swearengin on the outside might be in a must-win scenario. Lined up 3 wide, you can see Carlos Truther way out in front. Can 40 get his first win at NR9 in America with this first dual win? 9 to go, comes 8. Mosteller to the lead. These guys have been separating back. Can't keep that 2 by 2, 3 by 3. Truther in the middle. Schmidt on the bottom. All chasing Mosteller off corner exit. And Max is on the attack here. Back in that 6th place position, but a lot of hungry hounds around him. Here comes Throttle. Valderas 3 wide in the middle. Oh, there goes Swearton. Turned up and into the outside wall. That was off the bigging. Did not go for a loop. We stay green. Oh, man. And Max Swearton will now need a caution. No wreck. They've just separated. 7 to do it. It's going to come down between Balderas and Schmidt. Balderas, no points now. He's 14th. Schmidt up to 4. Shamela trying to make something work. And Schmidt just knows how to win. Oh, Donahue off the nose of Balderas again. That's the 3rd time that 14 has wrecked someone, and the caution is going to wave. And with 7 laps to go, Balderas will be given an L1 penalty for turning Brian Donahue. Now he's been all over the place. He's been chaotic. He's been trying so hard to win this tournament. And with 6 laps to go, we'll have a restart. We haven't had one overtime attempt tonight. That may be happening now. Let's go see what happened. I think he just straight up dumped him. I mean, we can see it again. Maybe we have to retract this. He just straight up dumped him. I mean, yeah, he just took him out. There's nowhere for Brian Donahue to go. And that is the 3rd time that 14 is taking someone out, but the only reason he's not being parked is because he's in championship contention. That's the only reason. But he'll be given an L1 penalty, and we'll have to hope for the best from here on out. What to do, what to do. Pit road, it's wide open. Contreras is in. And we will shuffle this deck once again. Truther, Schmitty, Shamela, all in. This will be their last pit stop of 2023, we think, as we'll have that 5 to go in the race, which will then lead to 4 to go when we take the green flag. Lots going on. Truther off and away. Donahue, Ortiz, Devins Baker. Top 3, Donahue was involved in the incident. He'll be getting an L1. Devins Baker, Carlos Ortiz. And Donahue, because he went for a slide, we worry about those tires, including in a race that you need to focus on tires. He'll be getting an L1 penalty. So Truther will go 3rd. And we will get ready to go back green. Five to go, comes to 4 to go this time by. Let's get ready to go green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen. 1 to go this time by. And the top 2 will say they were worried about if they would have an issue on the restart. They're saying the top 2 is going to stay the same. This will be the 1 to go. 5 laps to go now. We'll come to 4. We'll restart with 3 laps to go in the race. The final 3 laps of 2023. William Schmidt in 4th. James Thurston in 5th. Vincent Gucci, Max Swear, Jim Braden Movic, top 8. Chevy on Chevy, row 1. Chevy on Dodge, row 2. Ford on Toyota, row number 3. This is what it all comes down to. 3 laps. We will have overtime if they don't make it back to the white. Once we get to the white, this race is official. Next flag ends the race. It will automatically be the checkered flag. To the newcomers, to the ones that have been watching for a while, we thank you all for enjoying this 2023 campaign of NR Night in America. Here's to the new year. Here's till 3 laps to go. In this outing, Devins Baker, Carlos Ortiz back underway. Oh, Ortiz didn't get going. Movic 4 wide. Pushing and shoving. Ortiz just got swallowed up. He's trying to block as many people as possible. Dropped all the way to the rear. Here comes Truther on the outside of Baker. They've got to get to the white flag. William Schmidt on the cut. 4 wide to the outside. James Thurston. Pushing, shoving. Here comes Cooper Glick. Baker put on the flat. Oh, McConaughey goes for a slide. Taking out more machines. The caution will wave. Yeah, there's just no way. Friends, there was none of them. And Carlos Ortiz was involved. This is it right here, man. You want to win the last race of 2023. I didn't see a single take. Oh, Lane Sanders. Oh my, that's embarrassing. And Dale Greenwood, his race will end as expected. An unfortunate outing. Let's take a look at the replay. They're just all over each other. And I thought at first Cooper Glick was going to turn the 42. And then Glick goes up and into that 13 machine. And that was really all she wrote. You can watch it again here. Now for Balderas, this is amazing, right? Tight racing. These guys have got a caution. You're going to have an opportunity. McConaughey, he just could not hold on and just took guys with him behind. Lane Sanders. 1 win in NR9 in 23, and Carlos Ortiz was not ready for that one. There's the 20 machine. Kenny Reel. Now the real question is what happened with Lane? I don't know what the objective was, but for Lane Sanders, he just turned his year upside down. What's the game plan? Do we go green right away? Looks like we are. We're going to get the 1 to go this time by. So overtime will be in effect. Toyota Dodge. That'll be row number 1. Lined up. Ready to give it their all once again. Three to go. We look, and William Schmidt is your championship leader. Baldera's up the 14th. Yeah, he's gonna need something wild here late. .26 drivers left on the lead lap. Where's Carlos Truther? Whoa. I think Carlos Truther either A, came to pit road. He's out of the race. Carlos Truther is out of this race. What happened? Did his internet go out? Oh, man. If that is the case, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go green. Novick worked his way through. Mosteller, Gucci, Shamela, Thurston, and so many others en route to get this thing started. Should we say to get this thing ended? 2 laps to decide a victor. Schmidt, Mose, Movick, Gucci. 2 to go. Valdera is already to that outside lane. Making the move 4 wide. Aiden Walker down the flat, make it 5 wide. He knows he has to go. I think Max Wergen is going to give him any room. They get to the white. The race is official. 1 spinning, Carson Freeman. Devins Baker in tow. They just have to get to that white flag for this race to be over. Pedal to 3 and 4. Movick in tow, lined up with Schmidt. Mosteller on the outside, lined in with Vincent Gucci. Here comes Vanderlee around the outside. Is it gonna work? They're gonna make it back. This race is official. Salamanca, 1 to go from Talladega. Oh, it's getting tight. Wrecking up and into the outside wall. Movick up and over, it's the huge one. Cooper Glick's involved. William Schmidt is involved. Aiden Walker versus Daniel Mosteller. Baldera's made it through. Walker to the bottom. Mosteller on the outside. Push comes to shove. Drag race back to the start finish line. Mosteller 9, Walker in the 6. Aiden Walker did not win this race. Mosteller victorious from Talladega. Balderas comes home 4th. We wait on scoring, but we believe he won this tournament. What a huge wreck in the rear. That was everyone. I can't believe it. And that's something we definitely have to watch back on. Well, wasn't that fun? Demos wins the final race of 2023. And there's William Schmidt, who we can only guess did not win this tournament. Time to add up the points. It's official. Alexander Balderas has won the 3rd Super Speedway Shootout. I cannot believe it. Schmidt the bridesmaid, Mosteller the victor, Balderas the champion. Wow. He's celebrating so much. Let's go talk with both of your drivers before we cap off the night. Mosteller, it's the John.
What's up?
Well, you end 2023 off with a win. And your friend
2 wins in a
Balderas
row.
ends it off with the championship.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Well, I gotta unban him from the Discord now.
You banned him?
Hold up. I will unban him, and let's bring him in here. Let's have a fun little interview to end off
Well,
the
let's
year.
watch the finish, or at least that big wreck. Oh, man, where was James Thurston even going?
I saw the heavens open up for me. Everybody wrecking behind me except for Mark Martin there, or David Reagan, or whoever that was. Oh my gosh, that was the Giggle one. That was the McLeod one, man. That was
Schmidt in the
massive.
catch vents. I just can't believe this. So I'm going to walk it
can't
through
either.
the viewers quickly. For the ones that are watching, that's James Thurston down on the bottom. He's the number 29. He runs to the inside. They're a Braden Movick. They're 3 wide. Why James Thurston on the apron, we have no clue, but just nailed the side of the 42. Movick goes up and into the air. There's nowhere to go from there. And then all of a sudden, it was 2 separate incidents creating the huge one. William Schmidt up and into the catch fence. Max Swearengin destroyed. Devins Baker doing a cartwheel into the fence as well. There was just nowhere to go. Wow. That's unreal.
we ended off 2023 with a bang. How about that?
Literally.
Turn 2 catch fence absolutely demolished. At Dinner Night in America.
Where's Balderas? We gotta talk to him. There he is. Balderas, this is Johnny. Got a copy.
Baldy.
Jonathan Ramos.
You should have been L5. I want to also point that out. Because you were, I hate to put you on the spot, but you were a damn menace. You wrecked 3 guys in a row. You literally performed the triple threat.
I did. But, you know, I don't get many opportunities like this, and I didn't want to be that guy who wrecked his way to win what he won. But after 2 years of being run over, and especially at Daytona, where I got caught up in every single wreck that was literally not even close to being my fault, we did what we had to do.
Hold
and
on.
I don't wanna...
Whoa. You're going to have to go ahead and retract that other statement about you getting run over versus you running people over. If I'm not mistaken, the first race of 2023 started with your shenanigans.
Yeah, thanks for costing me that win, man.
Yeah, gosh, sorry, Most. Gotta repay the favor. I'm sorry.
But here you are.
Here I am. You know, I mean, it's funny. Ultra consistency leads you to great places. You know, gotta thank TCB. You really helped me get to where I am right now. Most helping me, you know, get better at plate tracks too.
You said TCB first. Are you kidding me? I'm right here. Say
Oh my
me
gosh.
First, not TCB.
There's no way. Hold on. We're gonna have to review the start.
Review the start. Okay, yeah, I want to. Hey, hold on. Let me clear the air. Let me clear the air.
Uh-oh.
Let me clear the air.
No, we're gonna review the start.
Let me clear the air, right? As soon as the green flag popped up on my screen, I hit the gas. And I went out of the way as many people as possible. I tried to get out of the way, right? The outside lane did not go. And I soon later learned that the 12 was slow. And so I passed like 3 people on the outside. Which, from the broadcast perspective, doesn't look great.
Where's the restart zone? We're looking for the restart zone. If you get going before the restart zone, that'll be the second time. Where does Schmidt go? It goes off Schmidt. It still goes off Schmidt. Oh, man, that's close.
Hey,
I told
Jonathan
you,
Ramos,
man.
as a dedicated NR Night in America admin, I will listen into this real quick.
We actually might have to review this one. You are moving way quicker than everyone else.
Well, if you look, you can
Very
see
rarely.
the
Now, here's the thing. If you call someone for jumping the start, we do have to review it. That is something that we have because we've been trying to clean up the restarts.
Right.
Which means, I want to point this out. If it does get called back, your finish, William Schmidt, would end up being
the champion. Right.
John, you want my honest opinion on it?
What's your honest opinion?
Schmidt accelerates first and then throttle. It's really close, but Schmidt is going first.
Schmidt is no, he's not.
No, he's out of here. We're not doing that. No. No, it's clean. And then Baldera's won. We're not gonna go ahead. The only reason we did it for we only did it for what's his face. The only reason we did it for Gavin Austin was because Gavin Austin clearly jumped the start. Like, it wasn't even close.
That one wasn't even close.
Oh, I thought
It's gotta be.
if
If it's close this late at the night, I'm not gonna make this controversial. It's already been a fun night. Balderas, congratulations on the win, ladies and gentlemen. It has been fantastic to have you guys be a part of this 2023 campaign, and we can't wait for more in 2024. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. This has been NR Night in America. I will see you January 2nd or January 5th. It's going to be one of those two. And I'll see you December 26th for the recap video of 2023, the best moments of NR Night in America in 2023. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas, and hopefully you all have a Happy New Year.